Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Sunday to everybody across the globe. You know why? Because, ladies and gentlemen, we have ended up here on the international stage here for Valorant for our company esports World Cup 2025. My name is Upmind. I am joined here by Sir Waltham, and we have ourselves a semi-final action today between North America and Europe.
Yeah, very excited to be here, Upmind. We don't have so much information on these teams. In fact, I believe Hyperspike, the team we'll be watching, coming up, will be only witnessed on stream once. We saw them for 3 maps yesterday.
Both them and AimDroid. Yeah, no, we're going to have a second semifinal a little bit later today with our second North American representative. But yesterday, for those who were tuning in to the CEA broadcast, we were bringing you guys the North American final between the first representative today on our screens in terms of Hyperspike, and on the other side, AimDroid. Hyperspike, our #1 seed coming out of North America, facing against Europe's Fatality. Hyperspike representing Epic Systems. You have Fatality representing PwC as a company. We do have our maps. We do have our best of 3 for our first semifinal sets, and we have a pretty classic Valorant BO3, really. Haven, Split, and Ascent.
Yeah, and I know this isn't technically true, but this feels like some of the release maps. I mean, I know Split, Haven, I believe, were maps available at release, but Ascent was pretty much the first one sent out, or the first one released after the game came out. So we're looking very forward to seeing these kind of vintage maps, at least in my opinion. When I hear these maps, I think vintage.
Yeah.
I mean, we're running a little bit late, so we are trying to get the teams in as quick as possible, trying to get things, running right off the bat. A lot of technical issues might have to be worried about between, North America and EU.
Yeah, listen, we're dealing with not so much, pro players. Let's just say that we're not dealing with the most, the most veteran of players, the most experienced of players. AKA, we had no exactly idea how a tournament between North America and Europe would go. Maybe some of the producers might have known, but these players who were coming in, they were just like, oh, we have to make a European account. Oh, we all have to make a North American account too. So yeah, things happen, guys. But we are swiftly moving through things. We are all currently in server right now, but if I'm not mistaken, we still do have some tech tests to do. We still have to make sure that everyone's pings is still even when we actually get into a server. Not exactly even, but at least consistent. that's one of the big challenges, folks. Again, this is a North American, this is a North America versus Europe tournament. However, this is all being done online. So with that being said, there is going to be a set priority for servers. Both teams are going to get an opportunity in the first and second game. But if I'm not mistaken, it is seed priority, at least for the semifinals, for who gets that third server, if I'm not mistaken, or third map server priority, if I'm not mistaken. It's a little head scratching, to say the least, because if we do end up seeing, the higher seeds coming in, they already have that server advantage. Then it's hard to really say that we can give too much reason to the number 2 seeds, right?
Yeah, it's always tough. I know in a lot of situations, particularly outside of this tournament format with the seeding getting ping priority, a lot of times teams will just try to find the most median ping, where, say it's 100 on one side, it has to be as close to 100 on the other side, or, and that is typically good for continental play, where you have those situations where you can just kind of bridge in central or in the west if you're a western team. But
yeah,
it's a little bit more of a problem when you have to have these region specific accounts. As we mentioned, every team has to have a European account if they decide to play on those European servers, so there's really no bridging the gap when a team from, say, as an example, Seattle has to have has to have a European account that will be going to at closest, maybe London or whichever servers happen to be the closest on the EU servers. Either way.
Yeah, and at this point, it really does actually come down to the region that these players are from within North America, because if we do have players playing from the East servers, that is a lot more manageable. You are playing most likely on about 120 ping. You're playing, at least, it is bad ping, of course, but coming from somebody who's played in South America servers fairly consistently, it's still possible. You really just have to take advantage of the first opportunity. With Valorant, it is a lot more of a possibility that you can take advantage of utility. But if I'm not mistaken, we should be getting in pretty soon, or if not, doing a little tech test, a little ping test. But yeah, no, I will say that players from the East region, them coming in, they're most likely going to be having about 100, 130 ping. Well, if you're coming in from the West, you're really looking at around 170, 160, 180 ping. And at that point, it really becomes unplayable. But yeah, we'll get a little bit more insight in a little bit. But we are looking at Haven, and we're finally looking at some agent picks.
And we can see here as the teams get settled in, going to get a little bit of an insight onto what side the teams are going to be playing. It's going to be Fatality on that defender side, Lizette, Codswin, Happy Milkshake, Umbra, and Kite. I'm amazed every time I see new player names that I am able to just spit them off that fast. But like I said, Hyperspike, we saw them yesterday. Sloth, Freddy, Shatter, Dinky, and Gianu, all going to be looking forward to set their best foot forward. And so far, it looks like the double initiator coming in from the EU side of things. Not sure necessarily if that's going to be the double duelist coming in from NA.
Gotcha. And I'm actually looking at the rules right now. So it does seem like we're not playing on priority. We're not playing on a priority between games 1 and 2. We're playing on basically as even of a server as we can. So we're picking a server between the two regions, which that is messy at best. We're looking at a C about 12 hours, not 12 hours, but we're looking at a C about, I want to say, a 6-hour flight long, and it's a heavy difference. It's a heavy distance, but ladies and gentlemen, we're still gonna just bear with it and try to see, where these pings really lie. Because yeah, it seems like we're coming to you from London in terms of the servers. But let's see if the European players have a little bit more of an advantage here, or if potentially we're going to be switching back to maybe some Eastern servers for that second game.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing the teams get lined up here to start. For that first round, the very, very essential pistol round. Always want to start off on the best foot. This will also give us a good idea as to how those pings might be affecting the players.
Yeah,
you can see that the defense are set up a little bit heavier in terms of the armory. We see a couple more ghosts coming out than the attackers might be prepared to go with. They might be investing more of that economy into the utility to really get entry.
Right, but this is also a little bit of an off setup here from the attackers. on the pistol round, it's not exactly a bad idea for you to be kind of bumming it right into garage. But look at this cutoff here. Look at this call out from the defenders. You do have somebody trying to get that cross right into the mid side, but the attacker's still breaking through a little bit. There's still 3 alive, but it's just not working. The crossfires here from Fatality working out as the attackers are now down to just 1. An interesting idea, to say the least, to go through garage, but you actually have to make it through mid for that to be successful.
Yeah, it's just going to be up to the Sova trying their best, but with that spike down, they know that they have to try to make their way there. Not going to be easy when you have the opposing Sova keeping eyes on it, but Freddy able to take down Happy Milkshake. Going to be the breach with the nice trade out, ready to swing off that contact.
So you're looking at Fatality, folks, again, from the European side. And if we can get a check here, potentially on the scoreboard, and get a quick check on ping. So it does look like, again, of course, Hyperspike, they are going to be left at around literally the ping that I was mentioning to you guys before. So about 100 ping, about 120, while unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, Fatality has the heavy advantage. Players playing on 30, 40 ping, and really your usual ping. So Hyperspike coming in at the disadvantage on the attacking side too, but that does leave for a little bit of some risky plays, to say the least. These wide swings become a little bit wider, become a little bit more stuttery. You can't exactly get easy headshots here if you're the defenders. However, there's going to be plays like that. Shattered not going to be able to react to Happy Milkshake coming out of the smoke, and Happy Milkshake, he's going to get yet another easy opportunity here at the pick here onto Dinky. Fatality. That was their expected round, right? But they still come out of it with 3 players alive.
I'm actually surprised we were able to see the Clove get nestled that far back onto B site. Looks like there might have been an opportunity to kind of distract or discombobulate Fatality just a little bit. Not quite the case, although you can't necessarily take anything away from Hyperspike because of that. It comes down to as we hint at every time, when you win that first round, the money's just so in your favor. The second round's almost certainly going to fall into your pockets unless the attackers make a huge play. And with their backs against the wall, it's already a very difficult task for Hyperspike.
Let's see what happens, folks. This is the first rifle round here in the hands of Hyperspike. See what they can do potentially here with the disadvantage. Again, these are your champions from yesterday, who, in terms of the tactical advantage, or in terms of the proactivity at the bare minimum with util, really switching up approaches on that defensive side. Hyperspike, they really seem to be the more complete team yesterday. But right now, they're facing a Kite who only has a Ghost. With the Ghost, he was able to get himself a free pick over towards that long side and back out immediately. But easy sight here for Hyperspike. This is going to be 5-on-4 retake for Fatality. Look at this jump here. Look at this setup. Kite trying to come out, but you love that from Dinky. Freddy coming in with his own shot. Same thing with Sloth. Now Fatality down to 2, and would you look at that? Triple the ping. And 0 problems here for Hyperspike.
Triple the ping, double the players. Love seeing it for Hyperspike. A nice cage coming out, really restricting the movement of that breach. And Cypher giving them just enough time to lock down those angles, take out the 2 remaining players, and making sure that they win their rifle round.
And we're really just going to continuously be astonished with, any sort of positive performance here from Hyperspike, considering that ping. I mean, if you continue to see sharp shots like that coming out from Dinky, I mean, that's fantastic. But in all reality, Dinky, he didn't need to see a pixel there. He just bursted right into the smoke, right when the smoke was dissipating. You have more than enough time to be able to react that way, regardless of ping. That really is just good heads-up game sense. Love to see that from Hyperspike, but Fatality now. They have their own opportunity to kind of switch things up. 3 players coming in through that mid side from the defensive side.
Ooh, and a severe aggression coming in from Kite. That's going to be spiked down as well. So deep into the attacker spawn, or towards the attacker spawn. It's not going to be unrecoverable, but Hyperspike already rotated so far away off of it. It's going to be costly to give up this space.
Just unreal. Again, Fatality switches up the tempo. And they end up catching Hyperspike once again in the early round, and once again in that same position. Back off into the boxes of bottom mid. And now Kite, he kind of realizes that Hyperspike, they're going for a little bit of an ulterior passage here. As Kite is going to be able to catch at least one good reaction there on the low to HP Freddy and hold on a minute. This round is still far from done.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, and that's going to be an expensive loss. Sloth going down means it's now a 2-on-1 type situation. And that's Sova and Hyperspike looking dangerously low. Really like to see them staying up and alive. And have to try to recover the spike if they want to make anything of this round. Although it looks like Cadwin has the drop. Gonna use the util, wait for the neon, or for the Cypher, excuse me, to try to swing. No, Lizette just gonna be holding it carefully, although they're getting slowly pushed in. Freddy a little too focused on the spike to make those shots land.
Right, I think at that distance, the only real thing that you can do is actually go for those frags, which he technically had an opportunity for, but you can't blame him. With 30 HP, it is such an easy situation for you to get, pressured out, for you to get a little bit stressed, a little bit paranoid, but no problems. 15 seconds left here on this clock for Fatality to set themselves up for yet another cheeky play potentially. Hyperspike, again, have been exposed the only 2 times that they've gone through this bottom mid area, and they're going for it again. And it's not like Fatality, they're still letting go of that mid side. They're still conditioning it. They're still at least floating it. But look at this Omen. This is actually a little bit of a misplay here from Kite. Kite is going to be able to get the ultimate on to Shatter. Gone. Kite, however, he was late coming into this garage area. Ooh. And what a swing from Freddy. Again, this is a player with over triple the ping, making a swing like that. Still in the back, Kite coming in, exposing Happy Milkshake back down to the 3-on-3.
And that great entry, I think, really has to go with the Clove Smoke, sectioning off the individual garage and site, making those a lot more of a fair duel when it comes to getting the players on points for the side of Hyperspike. Happy Milkshake's able to take the connection onto Freddy. Sloth, however, going to be trading that out. Kite coming in from that defender spawn. Not sure if the attacking team is aware, but they don't seem to have eyes locked on, and it's going to go in favor of Sloth.
Unreal! Kite! Again, Kite's been pretty consistent. Him and his off angles, him and his general awareness for the game has been very good in this early game. But my goodness, Sloth, he was incredible yesterday. And in that situation, quicker somehow than Kite. At least getting the body shots first. Kite clearly aiming for the headshots, but Sloth was low. Sloth only needed a body shot or two to really go down, and Kite didn't know it. Hyperspike able to take advantage of that mentality, and not only that, but take advantage of the economy now. The economy of Fatality down in the dumps. No rifles for this team going forward. It is going to be Hyperspike trying to take advantage of that eco and going in quickly into A.
Going to be trying to go in with the dash. Gets the Spectre right up into the face of Happy Milkshake. Things going all in favor of Hyperspike. Fatality just not quite able to catch him out with that superior utility. Umbra able to get one, make it a double. Shatter Gianni, that's the duelist for the side of Hyperspike down.
Rifle and an ultimate. Hold on a minute here. Umbra could pull off a big one here, and he's facing players that have triple the ping. But again, Umbra watches his teammate goes down, and oh my goodness, that one's such a tough one to see. Because again, teammate coming in from a super different angle. You're just hoping that player stays alive, hoping that they don't run into a risky one-on-one, and that's exactly what happened, unfortunately. They didn't push out that situation, but they got cut off. That's good awareness there from Hyperspike. And Fatality, they still put in a pretty decent effort for it. Umbra's still able to get 2 kills out of it. Still a little bit of eco damage going into Hyperspike. However, this is the big one now. Fatality, back to the rifles, back to potentially their old ways, their old risky ways, back over towards mid, but Hyperspike aiming for A.
Umbra trying to just do a little bit of damage with that Odin through the wall. However, the read seems like it's going to be that it's a direct A hit. Gianni going to be using the ultimate, shocking anybody in that area. Gets nice and tucked in with the Bucky. This is going to be a great position should anybody push through this smoke. The plant starter coming in from the Phoenix. Making sure it's well known that they're going for the plant. Lizette barely seen through the wood, and I believe blasted by Freddy.
And that's Fatality. This is a little awkward to say the least. Fatality going for, the Hail Marys, the all or nothing type plays in the early round, and that's not exactly necessary, Waltham.
No, it didn't seem like it's quite the case, and that's going to cost them another round where they're going to be at this economic disadvantage. It looks like Kite might be the only one who can afford any sort of rifle if they decide to put into it. But based on the buy up, it looks like it's just going to be Sheriff in hands. Still trying to go for those long range shots, but they just will not have the aggression to meet Hyperspike at their level. And this is starting to look a little bit characteristic of the Hyperspike we saw yesterday.
Absolutely. And once they started rolling, they were really rolling, and it came down to really multiple aspects of their game. Came down to the gunplay, came down to the tactics, but hold on a minute now. Hyper Spike going all over A now, really with the same mentality that they had a little bit earlier. But hold on, look at the cutoff over towards spawn. There's going to be a Cypher versus a Cypher.
Nice.
Dinky's going to take down Lizard, and there you go. Sloth at the same time, taking down the player over towards A, but this is important still. Dinky has a cutoff of at least one of these players. Omen taking his time, but Dinky's really doing it all here, delaying this time for both of these two players. Is he going to expect the Omen? It doesn't matter. Runs into him and still has a better reaction somehow. Now, this Reyna, Umbra, left down to a 1-on-4. And that is, again, you know, in that type of round, you expect, you know, a risky play. That's the round where you expect Fatality to put all of their eggs into one basket, so no criticism there. But at the end of the day, Fatality, we have yet to see a good default round. A round where they're able to keep 1 or 2 players pillared on each site, and those players are able to just hold things down with the rifles. Let's see if we can see a more traditional round.
That was so proficient from Dinky to just do the dancing to avoid the sightlines of the Reyna and the Omen, not get taken down and have that Cypher kit immediately nullified. Although, like we said, that was a round where the defending side had a little bit less firepower. They're going to be more on equal footing now. And it looks like they're forgoing any presence at B, and that's going to be the opportunity that the attackers are going to take. Immediately get onto site. Kadui not quite able to get anything cut off by that Cypher cage.
Oh, whoa.
Going to be a big Rolling Thunder coming in, but the smoke
Freddy!
to bail out 1 or 2. Oh, the ability's out by Kadui.
Right, Freddy still holding on in the middle of the smoke. Umbra trying to come in, but Lizard from the other side with a double kill. There you go. Dinky now is gone. Good stuff from Fatality this time. However, they did have a little bit of a different setup there, and we can still criticize a little bit. Fatality, they have a Cypher ready, sure. They have Liz all the way over on A, sure. But at the end of the day, does that Cypher really need all of that help? Do they necessarily need that second person being as proactive? Here's what I mean by this. No Cypher trip over towards B. No utility set over on that B site. Yes, they can trust that retake. Yes, they can trust that Rolling Thunder. But at the end of the day, Fatality, they've been struggling with that early round. They need at least a little bit of an advantage, and it's the small things that could help. A little piece of utility would have helped in that sort of situation. However, Fatality, good for now. Here we go. Hyper Spike looking to burst open that C site. This time it's really only a 1-on-1. Kite not able to find the frag, but it is the Hunter's Fury that does instead. However, it is a little bit of a fake. We've seen Hyper Spike pick and prod throughout the map and really go for a couple of pretty decent fakes. This one, however, is getting called out. Look at the proactivity. Smoke in the front side of A. Lizzie is going to be in the back. There is the revive there coming in from the Clove. Clove is back, and they have sight. However, great stuff from Fatality this time. Way more proactive.
Would have loved to see the Phoenix try to force that plant, get the Clove, force the defenders to danger themselves to the Clove. Not going to quite be the case, but right now, defenders having nice overwatch over this site. Blinds going out. Dinky's going to be able to get the only kill on site so far. And the spike has gone down. Has to be very careful playing within these cages. The opponents should know that they're creeping around in that area. Umbra does and has the shot to land.
I can't complain about that one at all here for Fatality. Kite, beautiful stuff. Off the smoke immediately into A. You saw Kadoin readjusting his position into the back of garage as they started to hear a couple of footsteps coming up that A site. Lizard, that's exactly what I wanted to see out of Liz. Liz, you have the utility to hold on to a site basically on your own. You have the information for you to call out for players, to rotate early, to get those players into the right position. Yes, it might come down to the last second, but you have that ability. That's exactly what Fatality is starting to expend a little bit. Trust on the communication. What a cam. Beautiful cam.
Love it. Nice foliage observation there. Oh, Kite ready for that push by Shatter. Backs out through the smoke and gets 3. Sloth gonna be taken down. It's gonna be a reload onto the shorty as well. Only 1 member remaining, but Dinky falls soon.
Yeah, that's just swift there from Fatality. Even this time, it was sort of that early half mentality coming in for Fatality. Hold on to those off angles, hold down to those deep choke points, and it's really unpredictable there for Hyper Spike. And that was a round where Hyper Spike, they were going to be predisposed to that type of play. Again, they just wanted to burst in early. Not much time for them to second check corners. Just good counter there in general from Fatality on that site. But in this next round, we see yet another organized effort for Hyperspike, and this time running into a little bit more of an empty A site.
It's going to have to be very organized. This is the last chance they have on this half. It's going to be the Phoenix going in for the initiation, trying to gather that information, maybe get a kill successfully, getting those kills. I want to be the Cypher trading that ultimate for the information acquired here. So the defense gonna be all told of their locations. Gianni holding with the Bucky does get the one. That's huge start.
And that's a huge Hunter's Fury coming in too, pressuring these players even more into their back lines. Hyperspike realizing the importance of this man advantage. And this, again, this is looking to be a good finish to the half here for Hyperspike. But hold on, look at this aggression. 3 players in the back of sight. And what is this? Dinky needing that shotgun shot, but do they expect to? In the back of this smoke, what a spray from Liz. One more for Liz around the corner.
No!
Takes out the Sova. Is there time? No, I don't think so. It's going to come down to the very, very end. Oh, my goodness. Liz, the defuse coming in off the clutch. 7-5. Finish for Fatality on the half. And you could have not asked for a more heroic performance from Liz at the end of that half. Huge last few rounds from Liz.
Oh man, and a little bit of a fumble coming in from Hyperspike. That Neon getting just a bit too heady. 2-on-1 with, I believe it was a Bucky, trying to take that duel through that hallway. It's a close hallway, but it's not close enough for the Bucky to get guaranteed value out of that situation. Certainly not in a 2v1. Because of that, I believe that's what gave the Cypher the ability, or at least the body, to get those neural thefts off and get the run against Hyperspike. Total unfortunate accident there, considering they were up in man advantage on the side of Hyperspike. However, you're going to have a chance to reset here, at least mentally, as we do see the defense come out very aggressive. Oh my god.
You can't be serious here for Hyperspike. All 4 coming in. It's just a car crash. You can't look away here, folks. Hyperspike all in this front line. The attacker's trying to come back in. The Clove can't be able to escape, but look at the flank. Cypher coming in 1-on-2. Is he going to have an angle? He's going to have time. He's not going to get heard. Both players are still on site. They're trying to go for the plant. Yes, they are. Does he have a line of sight? No, he doesn't. Dinky needs to get closer. They don't hear him. He doesn't see a pixel just yet. They finally spawn him. Dinky dinks them both in Hyperspike. Back on the board.
That was maddening for both of these teams. That was just a flat-out brawl. Dinky with enough time to rotate from A all the way up through attacker spawn to long. I thought the defenders, or excuse me, the attackers initially were planting in front of those crates. Instead, they planted up towards that defender spawn side either way, giving themselves a little bit more protection from Dinky, but Dinky didn't care. He just landed those shots and got the job done.
Incredible. Incredible.
Wild.
120 ping. Come on. You can't be serious, dude. How could you stop a dude like that who's on 122 ping? Come on, Dinky. What a performance. What a name. What a legend. Fatality. Still trying to get on the board here in the second half as Umbra in a pretty good angle here, but gonna get caught out by that Neon. Where's the trade? The trade not there on the Neon. Oh, no, it is there. Happy Milkshake takes him out, but Sloth still with their own opportunity on the flank over towards that mid side. Shatter getting pressured, but the ping is there. But Kite pressures out the situation onto Shatter. Good stuff onto Kite. Realize the advantage. But here comes Sloth pushing out Kite. They needed that kill onto Kite. Fatality, they were setting up for a crunch into the back line.
Last player standing.
Ooh, and it is going to come down to this Sova. Freddy does have the health advantage, but too much kit just being chucked. The Cypher Cam causing the distraction. Sova shock darts and the swing coming out all at the same time. Tough spot to be in, but I mean, that was still kind of an investment from Fatality, although they are able to reclaim the rifles that their opposition dropped.
So now we're looking at the tougher spot here, the tougher side here for, a high ping player. High ping players. You're looking at this defensive side. You're going to have to react to off timings all the time. You have no idea when these attackers are coming in. And as an attacker, inherently, you set the tempo of the game, or at least that's the hope of it, that as an attacker, you're setting the tempo of how the rest of this round is going to go down. As a defender, it is your job to take away that ability from the attackers. But for Hyperspike here, inherently speaking, there is going to be a lot of moments where they need to react to very, very quick moments. And unfortunately, with this ping, it doesn't really allow for that. So again, big opportunity here for Hyperspike, or a big, big challenge here for Hyperspike, and it doesn't look like they're really backing down from this challenge. Good stuff from Shatter. Double pump just around the corner, over and short. Not able to get more from it, but hold on, they're still going for more! And that is insane from Liz. We are 3 rounds into the half, and somehow Liz has the ultimate to break down Hyperspike.
Yeah, that wrap from the Clove was looking so good, but Liz able to get that final 7th Cypher point, and able to get the kill because of it. Seeing that anticipation of the wrap. It's going to be all up to Dinky this time, and no ghost in hand, so might not be looking as optimistic in the past. Debating which Bucky they want to go with, maybe.
It's very weird here, to say the least. How Dinky here even has half of a chance, I do not know, but it really is just going to have to come down to the rifle. One-on-one, he checks the corner. Great reaction. Come on, Dinky.
Yeah, I mean, Dinky, as soon as I heard them jumping around, I figured Cadwin would know exactly where they were going to be going, what the plan was, and then from there, it's just relying on ping and aim to take down the opposition before you have a chance to react. But again, essential there for me was Lizette's play of getting that neural theft, seeing the Clove, getting the kill, knowing that now pretty much every angle you want to take from A joint to C pretty much going to be clear and free, knowing that everybody else pretty much resting on A for the defense.
Now let's see if maybe that mentality kind of changes here for the defense, because yeah, they did play Shatter in a deep spot over towards short, but this is very different. Deep smoke coming in from the Clove gives these players full control of deep A. However, over in mid, Janu, yeah, in a long range situation, low ping, not exactly going to be able to pick onto those heads the same way your opponents will. They absolutely took advantage of that, but he was looking for the airy shots, but that one's just unfortunate. That really just could be the round there. Dinky giving up garage. C-side has been opened up completely. Hyperspike now down to 3.
That's going to be tough here. Freddy not standing much of a chance with a Stinger versus a Vandal. I know which one I prefer in that type of duel. It's now going to be Shatter and Sloth, both just trying to figure out exactly what they want to do to run here. Oh, Sloth just off by those milliseconds, but does eventually take down Lisette. Is going to give you a good idea of where the rest of the defenders will be holding up. It looks like they might just be positioning here to not lose their rifles.
Yeah, perfect. That's really exactly what Hyperspike needs, because yeah, they do pick up that big round a little bit earlier on, but they have not been able to build up any economy in this half. Fatality could really break this down here. Shatter, he knows that this rifle would be huge with his ultimate. He knows that this ultimate alone could mean really a comeback here for Hyperspike in the next half. But that does break things down a little bit. 2 rifles versus 1 is unfortunately a drastic difference. One singular hero rifle isn't much to really spark your team, but with 3,000 credits, you can start to contemplate an upgraded rifle or 2. But it's still looking really tough here in this next round for Hyperspike. Fatality, though, great round.
Yeah, and Fatality are in that sweet spot where they're just about to start, reaching that high Moneyball style or Moneyball level of econ, where they're not going to be too concerned about buying rifles or armor in the next few rounds, especially if they only need to win 3 more to claim victory here.
Whoa. This one's fun. Here we go. Damn right it is. 4 players over towards that mid side. Umbra's going to be able to get 1. Kite doing the same. 2 players are now stuck in the top of mid, stuck in snipers.
K2Win's out.
K2Win does go down. Shatter still has his ultimate. He can still try ripping it and escaping from here. He has the spike, but he decides to swing anyways. And Sloth's going to go down in multiple little pockets of time there. You could see Hyperspike starting to cook a little bit. Starting to really fever up, but it wasn't happening. 11-6 here for Fatality. Now 2 rounds away. And 2 rounds away from closing out this map number 1 and closing out map number 1 versus North America's best.
Yeah, this is going to be screaming great things for Fatality if they're able to win 2 more rounds. However, they will have to contest with Hyperspike now having full rifles in hand. So perhaps not going to be seeing the same aggression. I got to anticipate Fatality is going to be ready for that. Looks like they're already up onto C for that surge. Lorena going to be clearing that long, but Sloth Gonna be throwing in a smoke as well, peppering a couple shots in, and I believe landing a bit of damage onto the breach.
Umbra looking for an insane one-on-one there at the end there, but Sloth ends up staying alive. This is a big one-on-one though. Sloth is still going for more. Nobody else on the front of sight, but now they are. Sova's there. Janu's got him. 2-on-2, and this game might keep going. The Cypher now in a 1-on-2, and that is an insane retake there from Hyperspike, and that was everything for Liz. Smoke in the face of Lizit. These two players now know exactly where Liz is, has a camera to use, but they just burst out. Hold on a minute. Chance for Liz. But Hyperspike still find themselves picking at this game.
That was very good coming in from Hyperspike. I think Lizit was maybe a little bit worried about throwing that camera, giving away their location based on where the angle that the camera would have had to have come out from, because the smoke was so far back towards the actual site. Either way, a tough spot to be. Once you fire that first Vandal shot, give away your location, you no longer have the element of surprise. In those long tunnels, you don't have the element of positioning. And with the smoke, you don't have the element of information. Not a lot you can really do there as that Cypher. However, aggression coming in from Fatality, as it looks like it's going to be the A hit to start.
And it is going to be Lizit already opening things out against Shatter. However, two players for this defensive side over an A, and one of them already gets cut down. What an attempt there from the Neon and from Janu, and it doesn't work out, and Kite in the back doing even more work, just stomping on through. And it's not like Hyperspike didn't have the right idea there. Three players, three defenders held down this A site initially, and they all go down individually here for Hyperspike. The rotation was quick, and still Hyperspike not able to do anything with it.
Only one more round separates Hyperspike from defeat, so I'm gonna have to win 5, 6 more in their favor, 7 more maybe, in their favor to get the victory here, and that's a very tough ask, especially looking at their econ. They're gonna be limping a little bit here. We're seeing some shotguns, we're seeing the Stinger come out. Certainly not the kit you'd like to have on your final round, potential final round.
Absolutely not. But on the defensive side, you can at least pull off a little bit of a cheeky play. The Phoenix coming in. Lizit is going to take him down. Evades the tragedy potentially. And Janu is able to get themselves a pick there off the judge. But at what cost? A trade does go in. 4-on-4 here. And this is a huge advantage potentially. Dinky. Does Dinky know about the man in long? But they have their knife out. Dinky! Not able to get the shot in. And no way. Umbra. What a shot from Umbra. And now Fatality somehow finding themselves still at the advantage. Janu, with only a shotgun, sits alone in C.
You can really see the delay in processing that it took for Dinky to really connect on to the Reyna. Did get the headshot, but with the Phantom, it's just not enough. It's going to be the lineup at C. The information coming in from Lizit with that cam, and a nice entry with the Rolling Thunder. Janu does get one shatter there to clean up the second. It's now
no way!
A nice blind coming in, but it's going to be all up to Sloth against Happy.
Oh, he missed!
Saw the handle of the gun. Now it's going to be...
Oh, the noise.
Oh,
the call out here from Sloth! Totally calling out Happy Milkshake, still covering the angle. 20 seconds! And a single bullet whizzes by the corner. And somehow it connects onto the forehead of Sloth. And that is going to be the game here for Fatality. My goodness. So there it is. Fatality taking away map number 1. They did have the ping advantage. But my goodness, was that still a ball game there from the other side.
Yeah, it certainly was. It did not look like a team that was playing at 100+ ping difference. So far, looking very good from Hyperspike. Fatality just looking quite a bit better based off of that score line. But we are not done. We do have some more action to come. We're going to be seeing a few more maps here. And Upmind, if you can you refresh my memory as to what we're going to be seeing moving forward?
It should be, we have Split and Ascent coming up, but I don't exactly know which map is coming next in terms of the order, but those are our last 2 maps, folks. Traditional Valorant being played for the rest of our series, and again, that kind of seems like what needs to happen here. These 2 teams are still warming up a little bit, still getting over the hump of the ping, so let's just keep it simple. Let's see where these fraggers can really frag, because, folks, we still have plenty more Valorant to come. Still a second semifinal after 2, so stay tuned here to the Company Esports World Cup. There you go, folks. Have a good one. We'll see you in just a little bit. Welcome back to Continentals, folks. It is the Company Esports World Cup 2025 coming to maybe ahead here in our semifinals. We are in map number 2, and it is North America versus Europe here. It is Epic Systems versus PwC. And we are looking at a little bit of a tough situation here for map number 2 because, yes, we're going over to Split, but servers haven't exactly changed. We are still looking at the same pings coming in from Haven, which was taken by the European team in Fatality. And Fatality is once again going to have a little bit of an advantage. They are going to be playing on those London servers for Split.
It's going to be looking very good for Fatality, although Hyper Spike doesn't necessarily have as much difficulty. Well, I mean, they will have probably just as much difficulty because they will be starting off on the attack again. That gives them the opportunity to overcome that lag disadvantage maybe just a little bit, as you mentioned last game there, Upmind. Not going to be as bogged down by trying to react to the attackers making a push towards you. Instead, you get to be the one setting the tempo on that. So if they want to take it a bit slower, if they want to take it a bit faster, they have that in their pocket. Unfortunately, with esports, in my opinion, it's just as bad, if not worse, to have the away team disadvantage, as opposed to the home team advantage because of lag, because of on top of the time zones and whatever might else be the case, it just doesn't always work in your favor nearly as nicely. It's like if you're playing basketball half a second later than your opponent team, it would still be very difficult.
And I think the big thing here, going forward with a game like Valorant, is the fact that we probably have to focus up on utility a little bit more, the ability to kill through utility a little bit more. And this is a tough look, just straight up, because we're looking at Shatter here in terms of the ISO, and that's tough to say, right? Kill contracts are kill contracts. Maybe that might be a guaranteed kill on the other way around if the 1v1 goes down, but that's a 1-on-1. You know what I mean? That's a long range 1-on-1 that you have to take with quadruple the ping almost, you know? And, you know, the pick on Janu, very good. I still do enjoy the Tejo. We are looking at the new patch. We are looking at a Tejo that is, I would still want to say still potent, but significantly turned back. We no longer have the refreshing, or the recharging missiles. However, the missiles still exist. And for our purposes here of just trying to kill players before they even see the other team, that seems like the mentality to go for. Try to go for the missiles when somebody's trying to go for a plant, and there's plenty of long winding halls here on splits. Make your jobs entering, make your jobs re-entering just that little bit easier, eliminating targets before you even see them.
Yeah, it is once again, in terms of the composition, going to be the double duelists coming from the North American team in Hyperspike. Fatality going to be using the double initiator, trying to get things done here. And I guess that makes a little bit more sense when you want to be more reactive, when you want something with those abilities with a little bit more lethality. You would go duelist, although ISO, as you mentioned, might not necessarily be the most reliable for that. Sure, you can hit them with the vulnerable. You can use your shields a little bit, but it doesn't have the punchiness quite that Jet would have. It doesn't have the quickness that Neon would have that you would hopefully try to rely on in these types of situations where you're a little bit more behind the ball.
And again, just really trying to see where some unpredictability might come from, because it's just tough to say. Phoenix, it doesn't have that same movement burst as potentially a Raze. It's, you know, we're looking at an ISO that doesn't exactly move any differently. Again, it is really just based off of really just stiff entries like that, utilizing the ISO and the double tap, and that actually does work out here, as even the attackers continuing to stomp up that mid side, and really nobody from the defensive side able to stop that ramp rush. I mean, Fatality, they're facing a team right now that's really just going around the world, that's doing a marathon around their corpses. Love it. Pistol round goes the way of the North Americans.
I heard a little bit of Daft Punk playing, as you said, around the world. Just absolutely navigating through that whole map, up to ramps, through those through the vents, up towards a B site, and it looked like dismantling piece by piece Fatality, rather than, you know, taking a whole head-on collision between the two teams. And in the mind of Hyperspike, that might be almost what you have to try to keep the mentality of moving forward, trying to dismember them one by one, as opposed to trying to take those big team fights where everybody has the advantage on everybody else.
Okay, this is huge here. Fatality might actually have a chance. Again, it's going to have to come down to maybe this first pick to really give them a realistic chance. But before players surrounding this ace site, you know, you would like to think that Fatality could really put up a fight here, but it's just not happening. Kite Knight able to nail those first few shots onto the ISO of Shatter, and still Shatter ends up getting the frag. That Janu continues to hold W, and it does not look like the ping is affecting this team by any means right now. Janu just spraying away at the SMG, and there is potentially where that ping could come in strong, but again, that crosshair was nowhere near that man's body, and he was moving before he was shooting. Can't blame him. Lizzet still able to get 2 frags off of this one, but Hyperspike able to save 3.
Yeah, a nice little opening there by Fatality, or a nice little response there by Fatality, but not quite enough to shift the round in their favor. Hyperspike did have the advantage of weaponry, as I've kind of been talking about periodically through this map, or through Haven, and I'm sure I will be talking about it in this map. Everybody looks like, for the side of Fatality, going to be able to afford those rifles, except maybe Umbra. They might go for a Bulldog instead if they wish to go with those heavy armors. 3,900 not quite being achieved. Might also go for the light armor, can top it up if they get a kill with the Reyna to bring themselves back up to that effective full armor.
Here comes the first big opportunity here with a rifle here from Lizzet, but he ends up wasting it on a burst, and once again, not able to get the first contact on. That's all that I'm talking about right now for Fatality. Just trying to take advantage of the early swings, trying to take advantage of the fact that you have the ping advantage. Of course, you have the better first contact than the other team, and there you go. Sloth not able to react at the same time as Liz, and down goes a big frag, and still Liz is continuing to stomp up over in heaven, and that Spike is still down in front of Liz, and this seemed to be the site here for Hyperspike here on B, but it just does not happen. Oh my goodness, it's a breakdown.
A very tough situation. It looks like the patience was coming out from Fatality. Not quite getting caught out by the pushes through the smoke. That aggression that Hyperspike was really trying to set there with the judges. It's all going to be Phantoms now in the hands of Fatality. Hyperspike now has to respond here. What's their mentality going to be?
I want to see more or less how Hyperspike can keep throwing off Fatality, because again, these plays from Hyperspike, they need to be high tempo. They need to be really shocks to the system almost every time that they happen, purely because you just need the trade. You need the trade potential. You know, there's no guarantee that even if your player is, you know, maybe better on that 1v1, there's no guarantee that he's going to win because of the ping. You need that second player there to maybe, you know, just to compensate. But here we go. Shatter on that front side. It's going to be 2 players over towards Heaven, but that Paranoia is going to be right in the face of Shatter. That Paranoia is going to be in the face of everyone, and the Spike's going to be left over in Heaven. This was a rifle round here for Hyperspike, and this might be over way sooner than any pistol round, than what any traditional round might have looked like here for Hyperspike. Fatality stopping Hyperspike completely in their tracks.
I think you're going to be trying to perhaps just get away with their rifles. Holding steady for now, waiting for that angle from the kite. Not going to quite be the case, as they also have somebody in mail taking advantage of their positioning. Can't focus in 2 spots, can't point 2 guns in 2 spots, I should say.
I would like to do that. That would be
That's
pretty sweet. Yeah, no, but yeah, no, definitely not happening, and definitely not happening with a team that can barely use their guns at a 100% proficiency as the other team. At least the other team, they have 1 complete gun. You know, the other team, they maybe have let's say 45%, 60% of a gun maybe for Hyperspike. It is some high mountains to climb here. You know, some high difficulties here for Hyperspike, but it's not exactly impossible to get over. But Liz, oh my goodness, a brick wall to say the least, and Liz does it again.
So
Nuts here from Liz. Double spot here off the info, and that's another one. Pure brick wall play here from Liz, as now Johnu 1-on-4 and not going to be able to do anything with a Sheriff. Okay.
All right, let's talk about it. The MVP for that round
was, really this whole series so far.
No. Just for that round was Liz's tripwire. There were, I think, 3 people hit a tripwire, and because of that, Liz didn't have to focus on peeking out of the smoke at all. You just fire through it. You know they're not going to be able to move. You're going to hear the ISO shield crack. You're going to see the kill feed light up, and then as soon as they kill the first trip, the second one, the angular one, hits a 3rd person for the cleanup. Again, I'm upset for Hyperspike. You gotta break those.
It just hurts. It just hurts. Hyperspike. Too preoccupied with the players, not preoccupied enough with the util, and Freddy's going to get taken down there, but here comes a one-on-one. This is what I was worried about earlier with the kill contracts. Even with the double tap, Liz is going to be able to take down Shatter. However, they do have the position there from Sloth. Sloth is going to be able to take him down with a judge. 3 players in Heaven, though, and I don't think these attackers care. I don't think they care, but Umbra on the other side could have gone absolutely insane. Could have been the double kill there. Super low HP, but instead, the round is over. Hyperspike still ends up winning it out.
Oh, and that one, I think that was a little bit of a fumble. I believe it was Kite walked up that stairwell towards the back of rafters, and it body blocked the Reyna from being able to pull back, and because of that, everybody got hit by the flash. The attacking Hyperspike was able to sweep in, clear out that high ground, and then once you have that high ground, you basically have possession of the site. Looking very good for Hyperspike, but they did that because the Phoenix was able to detect the trap and they destroyed it. I'm gonna bring it back to Liz's tripwire again.
MVP. Here we go, folks. Shatter on that front side, going to be able to take down Happy Milkshake. And there's no tripwires on this front side. There's really nothing to stop Hyperspike here. Fatality disconnected in their approach there of trying to stop him. Two players coming out one-on-one, and it just does not work out. Kite, however, going to be able to take down one, immediately takes down Slostronaut, but it is one more right behind Kite that's going to be able to take him down. Paranoia going into short, but it doesn't seem like Freddy's affected. One more remaining, though, and this is who you want in this situation. Liz! Can't escape the molly. Beautifully done, where everyone from Hyperspike ends up calling in a little bit of damage for that last frag.
I love it. I love when the utility gets a kill, the hot hands coming in from Freddy. Burning up. Cypher's a nice boots. It's going to be looking very good for a Hyperspike. And this is curious. Sloth's going to be going with the Judge. Wonder if they are trying to use that to get the drop on their opposition, because Dinky has enough to buy rifle for them if they wanted to.
I mean, okay. I mean, it's still a little bit difficult of a situation here for Hyperspike going forward, but it's not exactly like the rest of the team doesn't have exactly what they need to work with. Dinky gonna take out a tripwire. I was thinking maybe he was going to get trapped there with the Cypher, but actually over towards A. That is just a risky play coming in there from the defensive Reyna. Umbra running right into Hyperspike. Now look at that. Look out for this position here for Kadewin. Kadewin, he might run into a one-on-one here. He has two more players coming in towards that ramp side, and Kadewin's in a perfect position. He sees the tripwire going in and is able to pick down one and knows the Cypher is still there, knows that Dinky's still around the corner. It misses the shot, however, not able to hold the spray steady.
Oh,
and
no.
Kadewin, oh my goodness. Oh, what a dodge. Oh, that was so close. Still 4-on-3. Good usage of the Armageddon just to sweep away the one. However, there's still 3 players remaining here for Fatality. Beautiful Molly, though. That's going to hold up even more time in the crossfire. Over and spawn. Doesn't work out because it's a 2-man approach. It's going to be the trade. 2 more attackers remaining here in the middle of site, but time is running out for the defenders. They're nowhere near site just yet. They're nowhere near the spike. There's the crossfire finally working out, and that is an ace going out in the hands of Janu.
I was looking very good from Hyperspike. Love the utility usage there. And this is excellent for Hyperspike. We are seeing them lead in the scoreboard. I'm not sure if memory serves, they ever led when we were watching them on Haven, but this is a great way to get started. It's 5-3 on your attack round. Yeah, we said that attacking you'll have the advantage, or you'll have less of a disadvantage, but still looking fantastic. It looks like they're kind of figuring out, calculating how to destroy Fatality's plays, largely with getting around those tripwires, destroying them, opening up the map, and making Fatality a little bit on uneasy footing.
Ooh, Umbra's gonna get exposed here, and this is everything here for this B site. Freddy's trying to do it all here, and he still has an ultimate to use. Nobody is going to follow up here for Hyperspike, but this is perfect. This is perfect here for Freddy. He's going to come out with the ultimate. He might be able to get himself a frag here. He's going to maybe make a second attempt here off the clone, and everyone's running away. They see nobody else. This is the time. This is the time, Hyperspike. You need to head on to this A site right now, and this TP is going to come in. Fatality. Have a representative in the middle of site in Hyperspike. They had it. No attempt onto this site, and they're just playing with the heartstrings of Fatality. Still picking away at that mid side, still somehow finding a gap. B side is still wide open. There's going to be one man covering the SWAT, covering the cross. Do they have a smoke for it? They don't have anything for it. It is going to be the one-on-one, but Milkshake is gone, and Fatality. I mean, sure. There might have been a chance there for them to try to hold down that A site, but at the end of the day, Fatality still left scratching their heads. 1v3 now for Kite. He's basically given the 1v3 on a silver platter. But again, the circumstances around Fatality's rotations, I mean, you can't blame them. Hyperspike, they were playing with their heartstrings.
Oh, and a good dart from Dinky, knowing exactly where Kite is, and in just the right moment as Kite was about to take that angle onto Dinky there in that pit. And excellent from Hyperspike, kind of breaking the ankles of Fatality there for a second. They force out that Omen teleport just to go to the other site where the Omen isn't anymore. And you've broken all the Cypher utility on the site they gave up. It looks so good. Hyperspike really look way more cerebral in this match than we saw on Haven.
Absolutely, but I mean, it still has to come down to the fact that Split, it does allow for these wide repositionings. And because these choke points are so tight, and because you really have to turn around in these choke points for you to see these players, I mean, in all reality, Split, you can cut noise a lot easier than some other maps here in Valorant. And here, we're seeing Hyperspike take advantage of Fatalities, trying to change up their mentality a little bit, and it's just not working. Fatality getting a little bit more aggressive and getting bitten for it.
Gonna be 3 members on the retake for Fatality. They do have that Rolling Thunder if they opt into it. Ooh, never mind. No longer as Cadwin goes down. Breach just gonna be playing off-site, has that orbital ready to throw down should the defuse come in. A little bit of post-plant as a guarantee, especially the longer this timer ticks down, the more beneficial it's going to be in ensuring that round win. But no, it looks like instead Fatality just gonna be chilling, relaxing in the cut, allowing themselves to save those rifles.
And not a bad idea here whatsoever by Fatality. Hyperspike, hyperspike, hyperspike. What a time to be alive here for this team. They were somehow able to get plenty of momentum off of that first map with really triple the ping, quadruple the ping, and Huron split again. You can't put too much weight on it. But the fact that here on this split attack side, we're seeing Fatality not being able to take advantages of first contacts, not being able to take advantage of those first interactions, and on a ping difference, that's the exact moment where you have to take that advantage. Because once you get into that close range, once you potentially get into an SMG range, once you get into a shotgun range, it's anyone's game. That first bullet doesn't mean as much anymore. One bullet from a shotgun is more potent technically than one from a Vandal. The Vandal, you have to aim onto the head, but that takes more effort than just blasting a guy in the body. Takes basically the same reaction time. So at this point again, Hyperspike taking advantage of what is some pretty weird circumstances, to say the very least. And there you go. That's proactivity right there. Again, Shatter not wanting to get into the 1v1s, bursting away at corners, and he ends up finding a target.
Wow. Great start here by the defending Fatality as they are able to get that Tejo taken out. Rolling Thunder comes in. Not sure it hits anybody, though. Neither does the ISO kill contract. Not going to be enabling any of those duels to come through. Separations. Would really love to have gotten the breach there on point. Really allow the rest of your team to push up. Get some benefit. Wasn't quite able to connect, though. Dinky going to be equalizing with Happy Milkshake. And now the field opening up, particularly that mid-gut zone for Hyperspike. Oh, watch the spike, though. Going to be meeting with Kite.
Oh, no!
Kite able to get it down. That is brutal.
I mean, we're talking about Hyperspike taking advantage of some pretty risky situations, of some pretty tough situations, and my goodness, now Fatality. Now, they're the ones pushing the situation a little bit, but that was just a little bit of sweat going onto the brow of Hyperspike. That's all it was. 2-on-2, still an even situation. Plant needs to come in. Umbra has the cutoff, but now they know where Umbra is. What a dismiss there from Umbra. My goodness. 1v2 here. Freddy has a flash. Might be able to escape. Still utilizing the second flash. And he's been able to go away here. But Umbra still got him.
I don't blame Freddy for losing that one. They got stunned. They had to get the spike down. They were throwing out all the curveballs they could. Tough situation. The Fuse, of course, going to be going on to Breach, so they can build up towards that Rolling Thunder once again. Very expensive ultimate, and significantly more expensive than Umbra already having that Empress.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, this next round is still pretty scary for both of these sides. You're going to be having ultimates lining up here for the Tejo and the Reyna on the side of Fatality, Hyperspike, the Cypher alongside the Brim. Both are still very, very effective on this map. With how wide of a map this map is, you know, you're still looking at Cypher and that early positioning still being very important. And, of course, both the Tejo Armageddon alongside the Orbital Strike from the Brim being extremely important for those post plans for trying to drown away these sites. Let's see what happens here for both of these sides. As early on, Hyperspike, they are able to get that pick, and there is that neural theft that I was mentioning, that early information being so important. However, it is denied a little bit. 2 players stuck over in spawn for Fatality. Now Hyperspike has no idea where those 2 players can go. It really wasn't that important of a neural theft at the end of the day. With nobody on A to take advantage, there goes the burst. Umbra is able to take down one with the tripwire right in his face. That isn't it. Happy Milkshake still able to kill onto Dinky. Umbra still going out, and that is huge from Umbra. But Freddy, that's even bigger. Freddy on his own over towards Heaven with a big kill, and that equalizes things. 2-on-2. Armageddon is now through, but that might have been a little bit early, and if anything, could have maybe been utilized for the defuse instead, and now here comes Armageddon onto the Tejo, but not getting connected! Okay. The only Armageddon here is the destruction that Freddy brings! There goes the wide swing, there goes 2 kills in swift fashion for a man on triple the ping.
And thank God that was the last round of the half, because we saw so many ultimates that just did not bring the effect that the teams thought that they would bring. The Cypher Neural Theft did not get the information it needed. The Orbital Strike towards screens did not kill anybody, and the Reyna was already flushed out. The Armageddons coming in from Tejo both landed in areas where it didn't force any repositioning from the enemy opposition. Overall, just a lot of kit used there, and sure, you might as well use it. It's the last round, and it gives you a little bit of advantage in knowing that there's not anybody there, but the spaces can easily be retaken after those ultimates come online.
Right.
So a huge opportunity, but again, the nice economic reset for both of these teams. It's going to be Hyperspike on this defense. Jianu barely missing that. Is able to get away though.
Yeah, no, the ping difference is going to come in now here in this half. Fatality now on the attacking side. It's a lot harder for Hyperspike to be able to react to these swings. Fatality going to be coming in at different timings. It's the same thing that we were talking about in the last map, but let's see if Fatality can still catch up, can still take advantage, and indeed that's what happens a little bit earlier on. However, Jianu with a Sheriff. Jianu with a Sheriff. Can he get another kill? No, sir, but still 2 kills from Jianu. Incredible stuff off of a gun that you need plenty of accuracy to take advantage of. Shatter 1v2 man around the corner. He doesn't clear him. Oh, what? TP into the middle of sight. Shatter now with a chance. He has the double tap. Looking to swing around the corner, but now he's been stunned. Nobody's swinging him. Double tap still online. There goes the one-on-one, and it works out. Can he get the double tap? Yes, he can. One-on-one. Shatter. K to win. Goes down a little bit. Gets a couple of shots in. Shatter misses all of his bullets. Not able to get any other bursts on now as he goes for the defuse. K to win. No chance. Shatter. 1-on-2.
Oh, with the fantastic hero play coming in. But really, if you're Kite, you're kicking yourself for dropping that teleport to get onto site. If you just keep your eyes towards those rafters a little bit longer, you're able to get the drop on that ISO. I don't recall if he would have started the sound effect for his shield before Kite was doing the teleport, but if you have that information, you know you can at least crack it and put them in a position where they have to reclaim that orb. Tough spot. Although it looks like Fatality is still confident enough to go in with the Stingers and light armor to try to overwhelm Hyperspike this time around.
Ooh, heavy util in bottom mid. Love that from Hyperspike again. There's proactivity on the defensive side. And Jianu, you don't exactly need to react like that when it's only 1 bullet straight to the face. And Jianu continues to burst away. Freddy around the corner. Sloth doing the same. It is layers upon layers of destruction from Hyperspike in the mid side. As Fatality, 1 more player remaining from them. But again, it is exactly who you want in this sort of situation. Lizzet has been a hero for this team already. Finds 1. Can he find the second? No, he can't. It's gonna be a shotty to the face. Sloth still dragging Hyperspike through this game, and that is yet another big round from Hyperspike. Still, you can expect Fatality to go down in that type of round, but they force bought that round, Sir Waltham. They put everything into that round, and Hyperspike wiped it out.
That's a tough gamble to make with your economy, because now you're going to be at another disadvantage. And Hyperspike, they'll be happy to post the judges up on this midsection again, just as they did, especially if they are playing within those smokes, save themselves maybe just a little bit more cash. It's basically an alternation pattern of Judge and Bulldog for them. Going to be very happy to hold here, but another opportunity for Fatality to reclaim something, especially as Jianu goes down from those Sheriff shots.
Oh, and Happy Milkshake again! Finding Sloth. And this time now, Hyperspike trying to be cheeky. It is finally biting them in the behind. And this time, again, Freddy goes for the same offhanded play, and it just does not work. It's the same story from the last round, but this time, Fatality takes advantage of it. Fatality, they come into this round with barely anything to work with. They dip all of their cash into this round and, you know, still looking significantly worse off than their opponents. And yet they come out of it successful, almost clean. 5v2, 2 more opponents to take on. Doesn't work out for that first frag. Can there actually be some economic damage here done to this team that is trying to climb their way back up? The ISO Does have the double tap ready to go. Does have a little bit of protection, but not going to be able to utilize it. This is the round here for Fatality.
And you got to anticipate Shatter just going in there trying to get any sort of kills that they can. Not going to quite be working, and that is crucial for Fatality. Despite that, you know, them investing all that cash second round just to lose, they're able to scrape together what they have for third and come clean with some sheriffs due to some sincerely very clean shots from Umbra. I believe they got the Tejo at mid to start. So they're able to get I believe it would have been a judge right in the middle of vents. A good time to switch the tides around and give you a little bit more firepower and make you a little bit more competent in those fights.
Look at this spread mentality now. Fatality. Defaulting throughout the map. It's not like they've been conditioning, though. And, oh, whoa! Hyperspike just picked somebody up for the kill contract. And that's going to be a kill for Shatter. That is fun, to say the least. My goodness. Somehow a Hyperspike player able to win that long-range one-on-one. But it's not like Hyperspike are getting spread out pretty thin here. One-on-ones throughout the map here, potentially, and the Tejo wins his own one-on-one. Fatality. They've done enough work now to make this job on A little bit easier. A little bit of noise on B. Drags away a rotation. Now it's going to be basically a 3-on-1.
Going to be the Storm and... Oh, no, it looks like it's going to be another... Oh!
Okay.
Some vents crossed lovers there, as now Fatality looking to pivot up the positioning here. Going to be going in through mail. 4 members looking to converge onto B, but Shatter makes sure that gets culled by at least 1 player. It's going to be up to that Cypher, but 3-on-1, this is going to be a lofty goal. You have Lizette, the shooter of the team for Fatality, and the Tejo and Reyna. A lot of kit to deal with if you're Dinky.
A beautiful round there from Fatality with the fact that, again, they start off with the default. They start off with spreading their players throughout the map and slowly converging them, slowly trying to see what their one-on-ones can get. Because, again, just straight up, this game, more than ever, of Valorant is the game where you're supposed to be going for the one-on-ones. Don't know how much more I can emphasize that because of the ping difference. But Fatality, they can depend on their guns more than Hyperspike can. So these one-on-ones for Fatality, if Hyperspike continues to get, you know, a little bit cheeky in terms of, you know, getting into these back lines, getting closer into Fatality spawn, Fatality can easily just hold some corners individually throughout the map, cover every entry that Hyperspike could go in, and it could just work. And that's exactly what happens. Exactly what happens, Waltham.
I do not like that aggression coming in from Hyperspike. They're trying to set their own tempo, but they just were not ready for it. They did not have the shooters capable to take down that breach, and Omen posted up on that A entry. It's going to be Tejo. Giannu trying to make a change here. Catches the breach out with abilities. Does get the one, and all of a sudden, it's looking a little bit more equalized for Hyperspike. See the Tejo ready for that annihilation. Drop those rolling missiles through. Going to end up not opting into it. As now, a little bit more of a retreat from Fatality. They regroup, regather, and Hyperspike does the same, but with Giannu taking down 1 more, it's going to be a 2-on-2 now.
And interesting here on this B site. Yeah, you do have a man watching over towards that mid side, but again, no watch here on B. It's going to be free here for Fatality. What is going to be the approach here for the man over in heaven? Does he wait for his teammate? Does he go on his own? Yes, he does go on his own. He could get isolated. They saw the trap. They saw the trip. They know for a fact that there's a player on site, but he knows that both are there now. Double tap in. Oh, and he still gets the kill. He can wait now for his teammate. Shatter goes in with the wall. Crosses over from around the corner is a Cypher. Umbra. Unbelievable.
Oh, Shatter getting that last kill on Lizette was looking so optimistic, but I think the shield almost prevented Umbra from getting the kill onto Dinky as they come in from that defender spawn side, but it was just not enough. Umbra a little too sharp, and because of that Fatality, now going to be walking into a 7-10 round 18 with pretty much every ultimate on the board except for Kite, but 1 more kill in their favor will certainly equalize that.
I blown away here from some of these hero plays. Umbra this time stepping up. Last game it was Lizette. This time I'm just surprised, period, that these rounds are coming down to, you know, where they're coming down to. They're just too tight here in Hyperspike. Doesn't look like this round is going to be that same mentality, though. It is going to be some easy frags here for Fatality as Hyperspike, they already just get halted in their tracks. A couple players sitting around site. They did have a decent chance, to say the very least, but Hyperspike, they do get isolated. The ultimates are good here for Fatality, and we're already looking at big potential here for Fatality to try tying up the scoreline.
Was not confident to see Shatter pull out that ISO ultimate. Didn't end up committing to it. I think that's a fair call. You're just going to get pressed by the rest of the team Fatality. Instead, just going to be running away, holding that Phantom in hand. And Fatality, they were just ready to drop the ultimates in kind immediately to get onto site. Looking so proficient. Hyperspike cleaned up pretty much entirely, except for the 2 kills that Shatter was able to get. Now, it's just a waiting game, letting that timer tick down.
Whew. Take this in now, folks. This is, again, a Hyperspike team who they have individually, you know, shown glimpses of hope here, at least in that first half. But here in the second half, we have not seen a Hyperspike who has been able to hold off initial rushes, who has not able to been able to hold off Fatality from whether it be individual rushes, whether it be the rushes of the team itself. Since Fatality got their rifles, Hyperspike has not been able to really get any ground in the early round. However, if they are able to stop Fatality a little bit, that readjustment has been pretty good for Hyperspike. It's just, I am still worried about these early frags. I am still worried about that ping difference. But the tactical advantage still seems to be there for Hyperspike. They just need to somehow survive the first 30 seconds of the round, and then we can see what happens from there.
ISO going to be going in, trying to grab the... does grab Lizette. Able to take that Cypher down. Freddy pushing up with that Bucky. Trying to wait for anybody to push in towards that smoke. Nobody deciding to go for it. And now with the attacking team a little bit limping, they have to go up against a more healthy Hyperspike. And the Hyperspike doing a good job at holding off all of those contacts. Information going to be gathered by Hyperspike quite late too, so they get a good amount of information. Trying to figure out exactly where the attacking team's going to be going. Fatality managing to get one and equalize this battle.
And that could have been the site there for them, but the launch is there for Hyperspike, and you still got to look out for that orbital strike. But my goodness, ultimate there for Fatality. It is going to be Kite. Oh my goodness, Sloth! He had the orbital strike the whole time. He had the orbital the whole time, ready to go, and he did not want to use it against the Omen. But again, you just got to realize that Omen was all alone, dude. All alone. You push out that orbital strike, you push out the one-on-one, and then you got to wish your lucky stars that you actually win out that one-on-one. But in all reality, it's your chance. It is your opportunity to control as everyone else from Fatality over towards that B site. Little bit of a head scratcher, but clearly a little bit of risk involved. You had to really take a chance on yourself if you were Hyperspike, if you are Sloth there. But we move on. 9-10 as Hyperspike. They do have the rifles back, but we just have not seen any progress for Hyperspike on this defensive side after the rifles came in. 5 straight rounds from Fatality.
Gianni going to be opting into that op. Looking like they're going to be posting it on mid, trying to get those one shots. If you can just land that first bullet, so essential. Let's see if the tempo changes up here. Doesn't connect onto the Reyna. That has to back out and now basically giving away their whole kit. It's going to be tough. Gets stunned out by the breach. Eventually routed from mid. Now mid held securely by Fatality once these smokes drop especially.
This is good here for Hyperspike, but I really want to see if Hyperspike bites down a little bit. We've seen aggression once Fatality kind of cuts off time, cuts off noise here, and that's exactly what happens over towards A ramp. You do see the peak going on over towards the Brim, and Brim just clearing out the area. That allows now for the Phoenix and the Tejo to start to really pressure out B once again. Proactivity here from Hyperspike, but still something to be wary of with the fact that they need to gut check a lot of these angles. They need to face check it, one-on-one them. Freddy getting a little bit of pressure over towards B, but no call is really being made just yet. Brimstone can still come back over towards that A site. But this is it now. I mean, Fatality has really done the business. They've made enough noise over towards mid, over towards B. This Brim is now disconnected. Armageddon is going to drown him away. But where's the attack here for Fatality? They've isolated one on A. What can he do? There goes Shatter. Shatter able to get one. Make it a second on, from Dinky. Shatter's still alive. And Shatter gets them all. I was going to say Hyperspike. They've isolated just one singular player of theirs here on site. And that's a lot of pressure to put on, but Shatter does not care about that pressure. And Dinky also gets himself a second frag. 1 second left. Hide here from the ISO. ISO not even going for the frag. The round is over. Hyperspike back on the board. That is the first rifle round going their way this half.
If I can be candid with you here, Mind, I did not like Dinky going for that duel. I actually thought that you didn't have enough time for the... I believe it was the breach for the final player to get the plant as well as ward off any attacks that come through from you. I think you just hold on to your rifle, especially with as strapped for cash as your team is. I think you need to hold off better.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I still think that, you know, that there's a little bit of risk still put on there onto Dinky. And yes, you are still looking at the rifles in the future. But at the end of the day, go for the W. Hyperspike. They had not gotten a taste of a win in 5 rounds. Just reaching into the player's perspective, you really just want to secure that just for your own mental sake, just for the game's sake. Get yourself back in control of this game. Fatality now. 4 players. Spreading back from that B side. There's one player in the mid already, but this is a one-on-one over an A. This is a one-on-one. The Phoenix looking for Happy Milkshake. Freddy waiting for his opportunity. Plenty of footsteps. Plenty of footsteps. Happy Milkshake doesn't spot anything yet. No peek from Freddy. No peek from Freddy. Here comes Freddy. Able to pick down one. Can he get a second? Nice. Yes, he does. Huge work from Freddy, and he's looking for more. 2 more on the other side of his crosshairs, and can he strike them both? Double flash is used, but more than enough time has been held off for his teammates to rotate in.
And it's just going to come down to the Reyna and the Omen. The Cypher died in mid towards fence. Not going to be a great situation, especially since they don't necessarily have that site presence that they'll need to really get things nestled up. Cypher does have that cam towards events, so maybe Umbra going to hear it activate, deactivate, not feel too confident to drop it in there in case they get spotted and routed out. Shatter now just holding gently on point, playing very carefully, and looks like Hyperspike not quick to activate here. At least Shatter will be the anchor for this team on site.
Oh my goodness. Oh, hold on. Umbra.
Okay.
I was about to say, this is now Shatter controlling the situation, just monitoring Umbra. Did not expect that second peek to come in, but it certainly works out. And, well, Hyperspike, you've made it to 12-9 somehow. And again, the circumstances certainly are against you guys, but it has happened. 12-9, 1 away from making it into map number 3, Fatality. They are going for one last big play. All 5 potentially over towards the A side. They are pushing the Omen alongside the Brim, it looks like, or the Breach, excuse me, to get some lineups. And no way! No way! Wow, orbital strike lined up by Sloth. Everyone from Fatality targeted in the orbital strike. And now the rotation comes in strongly from Hyperspike. Freddy, he was a hero last round, and it doesn't look like he needs to be a hero again. Enough time has been given for his teammates to rotate in. But this is still dangerous here from Hyperspike. Fatality has not left the vicinity of this site, and there's not a lot for Hyperspike to use here to stop them immediately. There's still an attempt here for Fatality.
Oh, but Sloth did see the corner of somebody, does get taken down by Kataween, but it goes way in favor of Hyperspike. They're looking so solid right now. Kataween
That's it!
has to try to win these kill contracts, but it's probably going to get camped if they come out alive. Shatter able to take the final bullet and secure the win for Hyperspike, and we got ourselves a series.
Unbelievable. Because again, that first half going the way that it did for Hyperspike, still a little bit unexpected, but you could almost see that with the ping disadvantage. Again, with the attack side being so focused on swinging, so focused on split being such a tight map, for you needing to react a lot faster on split in comparison to some other maps. Because if a guy is spotted super far away, the guy with that high ping, he's not going to be able to get that shot on you better than you can. However, from a short angle, the shotguns came into play, the SMGs came to play, and I mean, talk about working within your means. Love that play, or the play from this map from Hyperspike. Again, just working within their circumstances once again, and we are looking at a 1-1 scoreline. Fatality taking away Haven, Hyperspike taking away Split, and we have Ascent coming up next, Sir Waltham.
Yeah, it's going to be a great final map there on Ascent to close out what I called the vintage Valorant map set. Going to be looking very much ahead into how these teams are going to play. Can Hyperspike find the secret sauce that they've been using there on splits, or will Fatality kind of channel their Haven energy? We're going to find out on the other side of this break, folks, so make sure you stick around. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, folks. It is Continentals. It is the Company Esports World Cup 2025, continuing here on map number 3 for our first semifinal, North America versus Europe. My name is Upman, joined here once again by Sir Waltham. And yes, we are on a map number 3, even though, of course, we are looking at a tournament between North American and European players playing online. The lines could not be drawn any thinner.
They certainly could not. Hyperspike coming out victorious in our split map with Fatality coming up 13-7 on Haven. We're going to be taking it to that Ascent, that 2-site map, so no dividing the defense into an already weakened state for the case of Hyperspike. We're going to be diving right into it, though, as these teams get ready for the map, or the agent selection, I should say.
Right, and we're already looking at most picks already getting locked in for the European side here, so let's try to break it down a bit, because I was starting to tempt a little bit with the idea of, like, hey, you know, if you are Fatality here, if you are this European team with this better ping, you know, in theory, you don't need as much, you know, lethality on that attack. You know what I mean? You don't exactly need the duelists. You really just need, agents that have stopping power, that are able to get information early on, or at least get information at a whim. And whenever they do get that information, if it's quickly coming towards your site, be able to stop them just so you get the manpower, because your manpower is a lot more significant than the other team's manpower, just because, of course, you are more potent on the gunplay, more potent with that ping. Now, for this defensive side, though, for this North American team, we basically need to just see them do kind of the same stuff here. They need agents here who can cover space, who can throw out smokes, who can control tempo, and realistically keep these players away from line of sight all the way up until they are in close range. And what we're seeing right now with this comp, it is still there, of course. You are still looking at the Clove with their remote smokes, but you're only looking at, you know, other space coverage in terms of Cypher. It is a lot of responsibility here on the Clove to get these players into close enough range to take advantage, of course, of the shotguns and of the SMGs.
Yeah, and I think Gianu kind of feeling themselves a little bit from the performance we saw on Split. We saw them break out the Marshall, the op a couple of times on that defensive positioning, so might be trying to emulate the same thing with Chamber.
I don't like it. I just don't like it, period. I don't like the Chamber pick. Like, again, you guys are on that ping, you know, difference, right? You're on that disadvantage, and, you know, you have to aim at long range for most of the plays from Chamber. You have to just launch a single bullet. You have to somehow be accurate with that single bullet to make it worthwhile. You know what I mean? It's just tough to really contemplate a Chamber pick with this sort of situation. But if it works, I'll eat a shoe.
Well, I'll make sure to find you a nice size 10 should it go in favor of Hyperspike right now. But so far, not looking that way on the attacking side, or for the defensive side, I should say. The attackers able to get nestled right in onto site and take some pretty decent space right at the rip.
I was about to say, we're going to the baby store, my friend. We're buying a toddler shoe at best. But but this is, again, still very good here for this attacking side. Nobody from the defensive side able to get a crossfire going into sight, and you have to give that up to the Omen. You have to give that up to the controllers here of this team. Now the Pistols, though, they have to react to this retake, and this retake could be very intense here from this defensive side. And indeed, they're able to get 2 kills immediately. Back down, though, to the attackers. 2 big kills coming out from the Omen. We're back down to a one-on-one. Make it a one-on-two, excuse me. One-on-one here at the end, though, now. Breach around the corner. Still trying to play with space. Badawin! Oh, my goodness! Full HP, and the Chamber comes in swinging, guns blazing, and it works out.
And, who's the last member standing there up on?
Oh my goodness. Toddler size shoe at best.
Toddler, well, it's fine. It's fine. We'll find one for you. But no, excellent retake coming in from Hyperspike. I think they got the vibe that they didn't necessarily want to take an aggressive engagement on the typical defense. Instead, they'd rather be aggressive on a retake type scenario. It worked out very well for them, using a lot of those frenzies, trying to mitigate the delay in fire that you might experience from a ping disadvantage. And already some aggression coming out from Gianu. Not quite able to connect, but does have to teleport out. Good start.
Yeah, it works out there at least for the chamber, and that's kind of what you want there, right? That at least the TP ability. We saw pretty good plays earlier from players like from agents like Neon who were able to run out pretty quickly, from players like Yoru or from agents like Yoru a little bit earlier on yesterday. But it's not like we're seeing much of an advantage here for Hyperspike off of that. Yes, it is the repositioning, but it is still a long range situation here for Giannu. Somehow that reaction has to be better here than Fatalities. We are seeing that space being gained here in the mid side, and there you go. Umbra with the Sheriff just goes out on his own and sweeps up two, and they saw the barrel? Did they see the barrel over towards Cat? I don't really think it matters because it is a shotgun. So. But Sloth coming in, swinging. It's Sloth! It's Sloth! Sloth might have a smoke. Sloth might be able to defuse. Here we go. Defuse coming in. Protection coming in from the ISO. Mana's run into sight. It's a shotgun from Sloth. One more to go over in heaven. Happy Milkshake going in! And nothing for Milkshake. Wow. The defuse works.
That is a ridiculous work coming in. I mean, you say the barrel of the gun doesn't matter, but I mean that's exactly Sloth able to get two, and the two, maybe third off the back of that Judge. So crucial, making sure that spike goes down. And it's the same story we saw first round. It feels like the re-entry looking much more proficient from Hyperspike than their ability to hold off anybody before they get to site.
And it is just kind of crazy to me again now that you really start to contemplate Ascent a little bit more and the retake potential. I mean, yeah, Hyperspike, they still do have an okay composition for it, but still hard to still contemplate, the flashes that are necessary for them to really re-entry into sites. Speaking of, I mean, where are the flashes? Where are the flashes for this comp? It's a little tough to say the least for the squad, but again, here we go. It is still a big round here for Fatality. Hyperspike, even though they are up 2-0, it was widely shotguns and pistols for this team, not an actual advantage here with the gunplay.
Going to be tough. Two members remain standing for Hyperspike, and they're not in the best positions to angle themselves onto point. Is going to be Kite taken down, but that was all the way on Cat. You're not going to be able to do too much with that. Looks like just the steady nerves coming in, trying to get what little exchanges they can. Lizette taken down, and they might be holding 4 exits, or at least it looks like the ISO will be holding for this potential exit. Shatter able to get a third. Looks like that's going to be about where the bell chimes for this team, though.
Okay. There's going to be plenty of deaths here, and that's way bigger for Hyperspike than it is potentially for Fatality. I mean, that is 4 kills onto Fatality, a team who had just rebought really widely throughout this team. This next round is going to be really risky. I mean, it's still going to be a gap here for Hyperspike, where if they win this round, they can still find themselves 4-1 up.
No, they couldn't. You would love to be that up by 2 points if you are a Hyperspike, especially on the round where you might be anticipated to be a little bit more vulnerable. Although, you mentioned it, we're not seeing a lot of the flashes kind of in the pockets of Hyperspike. And that's going to make these, it should theoretically make these retakes tougher. You don't force your opponents to look away. You don't kind of disorient them and force attention in certain angles. It's going to be this push towards A, and with the Gecko with the breach, it looks like Fatality Correct might have more opportunity to get nestled onto site, especially with Giannu going down.
There is a chance around the corner here with Sloth. Sloth able to get one, but this is a big play over towards the mid side. There's still an ISO standing. Dinky. Able to get one. Okay. Spike has been taken back. 20 HP now, but it has to come down to the ISO. It has to come down to Shatter. Shatter able to get one. Dancing around the corner. Not able to get more, but still 2-on-2. Technically even strength. Look at the rotation here for Sloth. Sloth is there. 1-on-1. They know where the last one is. Sloth is going to get rolling thundered. The overheal, however, there for Clove. Full HP for Clove. 11 HP left on Kadoin. Kadoin has triple the ping, less than Sloth, but Sloth just needs 1 bullet to the body, and they got it. They needed all of that time. They needed every single pixel there to be able to react and to be able to give Hyperspike a 3rd round.
Hyperspike looking great once again, and that was costly by Kadoin. Although I do understand why they needed to to hit that ultimate. They wanted to kind of push that clove back, give themselves a little bit more time. And at a certain point, you know, with the benefit of hindsight, we have to wonder, was it better to go for the plant considering the amount of time you had, or hunt down that weakened clove, given that you are that 1 HP and on the ping advantage? A tough call to make. I'm not necessarily saying Cadwin made the wrong one. It's just, it's a coin toss from their perspective at that point.
And the coin toss ends up
Standing ahead.
still going the right way towards a hyper spike this time. Hyper spike. Oh, wait. No, looking to kind of toss things around here for Fatality. Big pick over towards that mid side. Shatter. What is that from Sloth? Sloth still ends up coming out from that mid side and is alive. Umbra, however, still in another battle here with Shatter. Shatter is still able to survive. Chaos. Pure chaos in the mid side to open up the round. And we're back down to a 2-on-2. This Cypher now, huge spot, but not going to be able to survive. Beautifully done from the breach, and the ISO is far away.
Tough. Once that Cypher gets spotted, you're not going to be able to turn away from that blind without overexposing yourself to the breach. Now it does leave the ISO all on his lonesome, and Shatter doesn't really seem to have the read as to where Fatality is going. Fatality going to get that spike down, I highly anticipate.
Yeah, actually, look at this. Shatter not actually making a decision, basically. Is just sort of waiting for a single spike to get ticked. But they heard Cat, you know, at the bare minimum. They're going to have a little bit of time here to react. They're not heard. Shatter, can he isolate some one-on-ones here? Happy Milkshake in the front of sight. He has another target right below him. Does he make a peep here? He's going to throw out some utility. There goes the wall. Still does not know about the KJ and has no idea that this is a perfect crossfire setup by Fatality.
Yeah, kind of an excellent position coming in from Fatality for the two remaining members, Cadwin and Milkshake, both just ready to play off each other. Using that info from Umbra enables both of those players to kind of look in the same direction. Neither one really being restricted in how they can look in those positions that they need to be and catch that ISO.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
We're seeing Hyperspike with a bit of a switch up here. Two players trying to go deep into B main, and it's going to be a bit of a battle. Fatality with almost everybody here. Dinky is gone, and now the kill contract even works here. Now B is empty. That's the kill onto Shatter, and that is going to be the easy round potentially here from Fatality, unless some other thrifty business perhaps happens here over towards the mid side. It is Kite from behind, sweeping up 3 to 3 between both of these teams.
That drop by Dinky is actually way more costly than just losing the life of your Cypher, because you die there, and it looks like the kill contract would have picked up Dinky, but instead it also picks up Shatter, under-armored or under-equipped for those duels. And because of that, you essentially give up B site for free. Even if Dinky were able to get picked up there, it still would have been Shatter on site, able to hold down or prevent the aggressive push from coming in and getting the body respawn.
This is a weird round here from Fatality. They're going to leave the spike over towards that B side. They're still fighting a couple players over there, but they're also pushing 3 over towards that A side. If that A side ends up succeeding, that's going to be a little bit of an around-the-world mission for the spike coming in from bottom mid. Janu still ends up getting taken out by Kite, but the op, or the sort of force, ends up working out in the hands of the chamber. Still plenty of work to do here for Fatality. They have a little bit of information. Dinky is still going to get the kill onto Happy Milkshake, and the information's been taken up on this A side. However, Cat could still get taken up by Fatality. These Hyperspike players don't know it. Kite is gonna get exposed. 2 more players on the bottom of mid, and they might be scrambling. If they go back over towards A, ISO is there. Cypher is in the mid site with a line of sight over towards B. This is lockdown here for Hyperspike unless Dinky goes down.
And there is so much space that Fatality is just restricted from taking here. They're all trapped in that
Look at all that
damage. Area. That is crazy work coming in from Dinky. No, it's going to be up to that ISO, who's not going to feel comfortable moving in any direction other than that B link potentially. Does take down Freddy, so opens things up just a little bit, but still
no way!
Shatter going in for the contest. A little bit questionable. Now Spike going to be held by that ISO.
This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Again, this is 4-on-1 here for Fatality, and this is over. This is over, right? Yeah, it's over. 5 seconds. So smart, but even better here from Umbra. Umbra almost taking out Dinky there through the wall, but Dinky, he's been the king of the wall bangs. Dinky in mid tracked down the last two players trying to make their way out and shredded them fully. And not only that, but at the end, Dinky evading his own wall bangs to get a big kill there, but still got to give it up to a really good attempt there at the end from Umbra. That was 1-on-4, and I was about to criticize Hyperspike a little bit there. You know, you started to see Dinky getting a little bit confident, just trying to throw out his own camera without really an idea of where he was going to throw out the camera before he pulled it out. So, I mean, again, just a little bit unorganized, but still Hyperspike. It's good to see them even get confident in a game like this.
Looks like Fatality gonna be gathering up for a singular push. Giannu gonna be going in with just the classic, but Shatter, meanwhile, in the real realm, the realm we operate within, manages to get 2 kills onto Fatality.
Oh!
Ooh, actually gets taken down by Umbra, and then the cleanup following. It's going to now be Umbra trying
no
to
way!
push, and does go down to Dinky's hands, though, once again.
Dinky does it again through a wall, but this is huge. Smoke up on that front side, but that is from beyond the grave, from the Clove. The Fatality backing on out. A minute left. There is nothing to really tell the Cypher here that this rotation is this quick from Fatality. So Plant's going to go in on the wingman. And Dinky, the king of the wall bangs, is heading onto a site where that might actually need to come up clutch. Man behind some penetrable walls. Another one behind a brick wall over towards main. But there goes the drone. Dinky knows where one is. There goes the lockdown. No, turn around the corner, and Dinky is surely dead. 27 HP. Yeah. And that is going to be the round for Fatality.
Yeah, as soon as Happy Milkshake had that turret set up, used the lockdown, pushed Dinky towards that turret. And because of that, they know that they're going to be routing out towards that attacker side. Entry onto A, so you're just waiting for him to pop into your bullets at that point. Happy Milkshake playing that real well with a little bit of set dressing by the rest of their team, but overall still very, very even between these two teams. Can't necessarily count out Hyperspike just yet, especially once again, granted this is the defender side for them with that ping difference.
Yeah, that would be in theory a little bit better, but here's the thing about this map, I guess, with the choke point being, I guess, where it is, or at least like with the sites being as spread as they are, Hyperspike, realistically speaking, those first contacts might not be as important. Fatality can layer themselves deep into sight, deep into off angles, deep behind corners, and realistically not even have to battle that first swing that Hyperspike does in that second half. That's fun that Dinky's able to get one, right? But it's realistically only one.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, but again, just talking about the next half that we are inevitably going to have. Hyperspike, it is still going to be a bit of a mystery as to how the other team is going to battle out those first contacts, because on Split, you could see a little bit of an adaptation later on in that first half, later on their defensive side, Fatality. But ultimately, here on this map, it is a lot easier for you to just tuck your tail behind corners and just wait for people to come around them.
Yeah, and I was not necessarily laughing at Dinky getting the kill there, but I saw Cadwin throw in the flash. I don't know where that flash went, but it looks like it connected with a wall, but there was nothing really
right.
behind Dinky to flash through. So I'm like, Dinky didn't get flashed, so it didn't hit like the wall perpendicular to him. I don't know where it went. It's somebody's Unbind is getting flashed right now, but either way, it's going to be another reset, another time for Hyperspike to play a little bit more default here. The Cypher ISO playing on the same site. We've seen this story a couple of times from them, but it looks like Thrash is going to be going to hunt their next query.
Oh, this is huge now. Somehow Johnny able to get another kill back, and this is now just 5-on-2. Fatality getting stomped on right now, but they still have 2 players safely into B. They're giving themselves a really good chance here, Fatality, regardless of the disadvantage.
Spike planted.
That shield coming up for Shadow, not quite able to give them the reprieve they need. I mean, the Sova Dart giving away the location of a couple, but with Thrash coming out, big vulnerable onto the Gecko as he is stationary, unable to do anything but steer the big fish. Unable to get to the diffuse through here, and another good retake from Hyperspike. Looks pretty proficient from him overall.
To say the very least. To say the very least. what most players were dead within the first like 15 seconds of the round being over. 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Incredible. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff from Hyperspike. However, let's move on here. Fatality. They're going to be stepping up into this round with an Omen and the ISO ultimate. It's not much for them to really attack with. However, what we can really see from Fatality here is that readjust. You're going to have Umbra on that middle side, basically, of the pack, just trying to evade with the double tap. And you are going to be seeing really an all-out attack here for Fatality and trying to rotate back over to B.
An early flash puts his Sloth back a little bit. Oh, but Cadwin, he gets taken out. So does Kite. What is happening? This is a great hold from Hyperspike. The read coming through to absolute perfection. Now funneled both of the attacking members still remaining back towards their spawn, holding any other exits from this direction. Sloth hot on the heels of that Killjoy, who's not quite able to get away from Dinky. Dinky releasing a few more bullets, and then perhaps is necessary, but gotta get the kill. Sloth not quite able to claim one of their own, so they will be dropping to that ult timer.
So this is 1-on-3.
Mm-hmm.
In the... Oh, my goodness.
Oh, okay.
Okay, have fun. I guess not. All right. No reasoning to give here for Fatality. It is just Hyperspike. And this is what I was talking about in between maps 2 and 3. I was talking about how there just needs to be a little bit of that early proactivity. There needs to be agents that can track that space early on, that can attack in that early space without needing to face check, without needing to actually shoot your gun. That's Sova, I guess. That Hunter's Fury coming in, that is a one-off type play, but that still goes exactly to the example there. They get the information off the recon. They're able to get that Hunter's Fury in. They already stopped Fatality in that very important first 20, 30 seconds of the round. But
there's a capturing Freddy.
That's huge.
That is huge, and I was going to say, I wanted Hyperspike to play a little bit farther away. Doesn't matter. Freddy actually able to get the win, covered by the bubble from their clove. Huge essential right there.
That's unreal, because now Fatality's down to 3 somehow.
And it looks like Hyperspike not going to be giving them any breathing room. Once again, it is the Clover, or it is the Killjoy, it is the Gecko, but they're strangle held by Gianu on this chamber. They can't even escape like they did in the previous rounds. It's going to be up to the Sova here. The squeeze coming in, but Gianu ensures that 7-5 is the scoreline for Hyperspike. What a great half.
And now this is, I mean, Hyperspike, they were supposed to have a little bit of a tougher time on this defensive side, but again, this is Ascent. This is a little bit of a tighter map. This is a map where Hyperspike, they can tuck their tails a little bit in that defensive side and just play those short angles with the shotguns, with the SMGs. This time, it is Fatality that can do a similar mentality, but they can also push out those long-range interactions if they so choose to. This is a little bit of a hybrid map here for Fatality. It just depends on them, really, on their early approaches, and how they can potentially track the tempo of Hyperspike and control the movement of the rounds. It's going to have to come down to the early initiators. It's going to have to come down to the early spotting, to the early recon of Fatality, and trying to make sure the Hyperspike can't make it through these choke points.
You're absolutely right. The short-range brutality is the mentality from Fatality as they start to push forward up into Cat. Looks like they're going to be routing into Tree. Lizette trying to meet them, barely able to walk away. Still has the wingman for any sort of stun if they're able to get the conga line running here. But a nice start from the defensive team despite Lizette being on 1 HP.
And that's it, isn't it? Fatality, it does not matter if these long-range interactions are happening or not. Yes, Hyperspike is on the higher ping. Yes, it can be a little bit stuttering when they actually go for these wide swings. However, in these back lanes, it is not just a singular person hiding behind a box. It's a crossfire behind a smoke. It's a crossfire in the back of Tetris, in the back of Dice, in the back of Hell. Unreal stuff here to work with for Fatality. It is just layers of traps here that Hyperspike somehow need to evade, and they're gonna have to get agents that can lock out this information, basically.
And this is a comp from Hyperspike that doesn't necessarily looks like it enables itself to be as aggressive and really
absolutely not
and punchy towards Fatality. I mean, you mentioned it. You don't have any flashes. You don't really have too much that commands space. You have maybe the ISO shield that helps move forward.
And ISO's barely a duelist in my mind. It is a duelist, but at the end of the day, ISO, it doesn't have that same punch that a Jet, that a Phoenix, that a Neon potentially has. But here we go. Umbra, still on that ISO, does exactly what the ISO is kind of known for. Almost like a chamber again, where you get a first opportunity for a frag, and you're able to readjust and hold down your space. Hyper Spike, down to just 2 players now, after that first onslaught for Fatality. And this is, again, the economic advantage of Fatality, and somehow Hyper Spike are only 1 man out.
Last player standing.
Yeah, but it's gonna be Sloth stuck on point, not able to pick up the Bulldog at door, perhaps a little bit costly there, and with Shadow now just trying to peek into the smoke, not quite able to do it. I gotta anticipate that Fatality is going to be able to hold on to that Vandal. No, it looks like they're still searching around maybe for the Vandal from the ISO. It looks like the Killjoy will be able to recover it though.
Yeah, Fatality really setting themselves up for the long run now. But this is as good of a start as you could ask for here for Fatality. That first round, everything that they planned out for ended up going exactly right. Hyperspike, even with an attempt here onto this A site, Fatality able to get some more momentum under their belts as a retaking team, as just a little bit of a unit trying to combine themselves, getting back into these sites. So just from an optics perspective here for Fatality, these first 2 rounds, their mental has to be looking pretty good.
Yeah, I gotta anticipate. It is what we what you would expect from a second round of the half. The team that won the pistol probably going to be winning that anti-eco as well. We're looking ahead now. Fatality going to be holding a lot of their manpower on B. They start to back up, size out just a little bit, and now kind of equalizing their point presence. As it looks like Hyperspike being a little bit more reserved. I mentioned it before, can't get aggressive, so they have to be kind of clustered a little bit more here, perhaps.
Yeah, no, I just love the fact that Fatality, they have 2 players spotted back over towards B main, and those players immediately reposition back over towards A. It's not like Hyperspike, they were able to get a couple of men into that area to actually get that information. Fatality, they're the ones who control the information. They're the ones who's controlling the temple at the moment. And there's not much that these rifles, let me repeat that again, rifles of this attacking side can do here. And that's a little bit scrappy to say the least, but that is full trust in his teammates. 8-7 Fatality makes the comeback already happen.
Yeah, and now if you're a Hyperspike, you're going to start hurting even more now because you know that you're not going to have the firepower for these long-range engagements. Granted, it doesn't seem like Fatality is really pressing their luck and pushing out towards that mid area, pushing out into the longer arms of A, but still, it's always a potential. It's always something that you have to consider your opponent can do. Just because they haven't done it in the past doesn't mean they can't change things up.
And this is all going to just be a roll into this A side. This Dizzy, yeah, barely going to do anything. Most of these players, it's a little too far. And actually, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. All 5 players running right into the front. And no. You've got to be kidding me. We are reloading the Stinger going into a smoke. Boys, we can't be doing that. Here comes Umbra from heaven. Not able to take down Janu, but yeah, that was everything, wasn't it, for this team? And they're even utilizing the ultimate here to try to help out the Chamber, but the Chamber is not going to have a chance, maybe. Trying to pick out a couple of heads, but Umbra gets them, and Sloth is gone to the same target. Umbra, beautiful, beautiful rounds. But again, good idea there from Hyperspike. It's just a little bit of that execution, right?
I would say so. Fortunately, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not seeing so much disadvantage come in from the ping right now. It doesn't look like these are necessarily hard reaction time losses. It just looks like Hyperspike is having trouble finding the right tempo that they want to take. It looks like Fatality is just over prepared for them, or a Hyperspiker maybe revealing themselves a little bit too much. They got a little bit too antsy when it came to pushing into that smoke. They didn't quite have the proper protocols, the proper fundamentals that they needed.
Oh, early on, it is Kite doing exactly what Hyperspike was doing to them in the last map, pumping them with shotguns, and Fatality continue to stomp all over Hyperspike. For now, the Europeans prevailing over North America. It is 4-on-1 here for Fatality.
Oh no.
As it is done here, it's Hyperspike. Yet another disastrous approach. Again, that was a round where they put everything in terms of economy into it. And now, looking at 7-10, they're barely going to have anything to work with. They're basically giving 11 here to Fatality.
Yeah, that was ultimately not going to affect too much, but a tough movement from Sloth. They got blinded and started retreating, but they didn't quite hit the angle that they needed to get into the hallway. So they were just running into a wall, able to get picked off clean there. Again, in the end, it would have been 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4. So not going to affect the complexion of that push too much. But still, now the more information going to be coming in for Fatality, getting a good read that there is at least some presence, maybe 1 or 2, I think, depending on how many ink splats they were able to hear coming in from Dizzy.
Hyper Spike, they're going to have at least a little bit of a bounce back in this round. They have advantage of A. They may be down a man.
Right there.
They're still able to get into here pretty safely. This chamber is so risky. Janu is going to go down to Umbra. Biting down a little bit too much here. And now Sloth is going to be the only one here on this side. The Cypher's going to get revealed. Sloth is also going to get revealed, and Sloth can't do anything about it. That is unfortunate for Sloth, but for Umbra, he has to be feeling red hot right now. What a few rounds here from Umbra.
Yeah, that one I'll say was either mechanical or timing issues from Sloth, just not quite able to connect onto the head of Umbra, despite Umbra being utterly distracted by, I believe it was Dinky, all the way towards that entry point. A tough one to be sure. If you're Sloth, you certainly wish you could hit that shot a little bit differently, make it a 2-on-2 rather than a 3-on-1 in your favor or against your favor. But there's always another chance to bring it back here as we are looking at these teams getting armored up just a little bit more. Rifles in the hands of both sides.
You want to play? Let's play.
Hyper Spike looking to play around really with the whole map, and that's exactly what happens. Look how deep of a shot that was from Janu in top mid. Janu taking out the representative there. Omen, TPing, did the chamber hear it? This one-on-one over in mid is very difficult here. Kite alongside Janu. In a tough one-on-one again. Kite is going to get taken out mid-air by Janu. Again, that is a mid-air shot from somebody with only 1 bullet to use on 120 ping. Still, Happy Milkshake. Unbelievable play. Double kill coming out from him. Wall bangs from Dinky. And Dinky gets exposed. And still another kill coming out from this team. Still Umbra continuing to frag. Now the kill contract's in. Now this kill needs to come out quickly from the attacker.
Okay.
But on the other side, the Killjoy not there in time. 1-on-1.
It's gonna be a matter of can Shatter deliver for Hyperspike here, break this loss drought that they've been in for the last few rounds. Happy Milkshake keeping eyes on Spike, has the element of surprise, but Shatter seems cued in, not enough. So Happy Milkshake able to get their 4th.
And just so difficult there for Hyperspike to even try to break through, because Fatality, they were really playing cheeky that round, poking in and out of that B main spot. Hyperspike still able to get that early shot from Janu, but if Janu doesn't nail that, Fatality, they have 3 players surrounding this B area with one very ready for that rotation. Fatality, they had Hyperspike red from the beginning of the round. And unfortunately, at the end, even with the advantage, Hyperspike not able to take advantage. 3 seconds left on the timer, folks. Hyperspike lining up for A. 3 players on the A side for Fatality. It is a war here from the ISO. Umbra, who has been so impressive, doesn't survive. There's a one-on-one. Shatter wins the kill contract. Hyperspike surviving for now.
Oh,
and
no.
what is that from Janu? What on earth was that? You have got to be kidding me with those types of plays. But that's the type of play that you need when you have 3 times the ping than the other team. Here comes Happy Milkshake around the corner. 1v3 now off the 1v4. Still with a chance, but no chance now. 8-12, a lot more rounds to be played here for Hyperspike if they want to make it into overtime.
Yeah, I think that the Omen was just unprepared for the aggression. Thought that they'd be able to buy a little bit more time with the paranoia, but Kite just not quite able to get it out and then retreat in time, gets shot with their abilities in their hands. Tough spot to be in, but Hyperspike, still a long climb to go. You're looking at 7 rounds flawless without losing one more to your opposition. Unless we go into overtime, but that's a whole set of rules that I'm not going to break down right now here. Are you kidding me?
No, there's no need. There's no need. Hyperspike, I think they can kind of break things down for you right here, unless the KJ has something to do about it. And indeed, they have kind of made their stay here. Their say here. As the lockdown comes in, nobody from Hyperspike is able to approach onto A. 4 players from Fatality over in the mid side. This could be V formation, and indeed it looks like it. Fatality, 2-man advantage off of the revive, but this round's not done. Shatter takes out another one, long range. Umbra goes down. What a spray from Shatter. Dinky coming in at the right time. Still 2-on-2, and still the spike is down in mid. This is still very, very difficult, but the Clove beyond the grave, able to pull out that smoke in the mid side. Back down to even, but these positions from Fatality completely unknown. Full util still on this B site, and it could just be a one-on-one between Katoin and the Cypher. Dinky gets the kill instead, but how do they approach this? 35 seconds left, and both players are so far away.
Oh, but the mentality here coming in from the Killjoy from Fatality. They don't decide to pull their turret
20
off.
seconds?
Oh, this is going to be a tough rotation. The kill has to come through here from Dinky. It does
Where does he go?
I don't even know if the ISO has time. He's got to book it, and they have the
Milkshake's got him. Up. No, Shatter. He's going to run into a bunch of util, though. Here we go. Shatter going through. 9 seconds left. Bursting through. No util in his face. 5 seconds. Plant coming in. Killjoy around the corner. No kill. One-on-one. Shatter with a chance. And Shatter is going to keep Hyperspike in this.
That was looking tense. I think you and I were both in the same boat of they took just a little bit too long for Comfort Hyperspike to decide where they were going, get the kill onto the breach, and then rotate to the appropriate site. I did not think they would have enough time to plant. I think if the Killjoy stays on or closer to B site just a little bit longer and that turret gives a little bit more information, then all of a sudden Shadow are having a much more difficult time getting themselves in a nice cozy spot.
And it's just so crazy how happy Milkshake was only slightly far away from that turret. Just crazy circumstances. It's just, again, that blazing gun just sitting there. And here comes Freddy. No. Unbelievable. Freddy on the attack side now with the Hunter's Fury. We saw this on the defensive side, but we see it now on the attacking side. Double kill off the Hunter's Fury. And Hyperspike continue to find small gaps in Fatality's play.
Giannu might be caught here. Oh, but Happy Milkshake barely able to lose that exchange. And one thing I wanted to point out, Happy Milkshake a couple of rounds ago used that lockdown. So you're not worried about having to save that Hunter's Fury for the lockdown. Instead, they used it very early on into the round where you're able to easily navigate and just feather on back. So you have that high damage ability in these areas where your defensive opponents can't necessarily maneuver away from it. Great area to just use towards a funnel.
Now, Hyperspike, they have one more ultimate, but Fatality, not much to really say off of this round. Let's see what can happen here on this B site. There's only one person holding things down, and it is going to be a Killjoy here with a bunch of util laying around, but no nanoswarms. No nanoswarms here for the KJ. Smoke in their face. It is going to stop Hyperspike a bit, but that is an unreal peek from Dinky.
Oh no.
Umbra, even better there off the Outlaw. Now this is pressuring Hyperspike to go back into B. Uh-oh, here we go. Umbra, one-on-one, has the Outlaw, but Shatter shuts him out. Good stuff from Shatter. The Killjoy still no idea. One-on-one, not necessary from Janu. Janu gets called out. Look at this. 3 CTs, 3 defenders all here already. This could be the chance here for Fatality. Happy Milkshake on the front side, though, with the shotgun. Only able to get one. This is huge from Kite. Kite coming around, and nothing still. Hyperspike. Triple the HP, no problem, right? Or triple the ping, no problem, right?
Triple ping, yeah. Not. I mean, it depends on who you're looking at. 25 to 150. That's what, six times.
Yeah, Jesus.
I mean, a ridiculous performance coming out from Hyperspike. I don't know what it is. These last 4 rounds, they have locked themselves in. And I was talking about it earlier. Maybe I do need to dust off the overtime rules because we could very well be seeing it if Hyperspike wins just one more over Fatality, 12-12.
Unreal.
Let's play.
We don't know if it's going to come down to the single round or if it is going to be the cascading 2-round series. But again, here comes the very last round of regulation, folks.
go.
North America versus Europe. Hyperspike has 4 over towards the B side now, but it's the same setup for Fatality. Fatality this time, though, does have the Rolling Thunder. They do have the potential on the retake, and they are playing for it. Nobody in the middle of the B site right now. Picks from Janu, nothing there, but look at the surrounding players here for the defending side of Fatality. 4 players surrounding B, and Hyperspike slowly feeling the pressure, even though they haven't spotted a single thing just yet. Smoke in the mid side now, and that actually helps out Hyperspike a little bit. TP going in, and it doesn't do anything. That TP could have been huge for a rotation a little bit later, but instead, this player over on A, it is going to be the Sova. It is going to be a one-on-one. Umbra playing around with it. The T's, the attackers coming out of Cat. Freddy picks up the first. Still 2 more players over towards Evan to try to hold things off, and it's the Rolling Thunder. He uses it early. Everyone has been rolled, but it doesn't matter. Shatter, Sloth, all of them slowed down, and none of it matters. Everyone wins their one-on-ones.
Oh no.
And everybody stays alive for Hyperspike as Hyperspike survives 12-12 after being down 12-7.
That's on me. I was talking to myself thinking surely Cadouin's Rolling Thunder is going to cause so much mayhem for the attackers that they're not going to be able to get a reliable plant down. They're going
And
to
he used it at the right time. That was perfect.
Yeah. It was, but it just not enough. Fatality had so many ultimates that just did not connect in the way they needed to. They used them, but it just didn't quite find them the value. And now we're here in overtime. Teams have to win 2 rounds in a row, consecutive, that is, to get the win here. So we could be seeing a pretty high number on the scoreboard, although these teams have been pretty streaky.
Now let's see it here, folks. Here we go. Hyperspike back now on the defensive side. Dinky alone here on the B site. No util to use. The trips aren't set up just yet, but he's able to pull one last second. And actually, no, we saw him very last minute. The radar did not update for us. Trips are over towards the mid side. Another trip back in short in B. Fatality backing up into mid as Hyperspike. They've already readjusted. There's nobody covering that mid side just yet, but there's one in garage at the bare minimum. Fatality. They're running all over the place here, but not finding a single player. Finally, they find Janu, but there's still another player in Cat. What? They had coverage of A main. Freddy's backing out of A main.
Slowly, we're seeing that attacking team saddle up towards A main. And it is going to be the recon dart going out, at least giving a good cue as to when the push is going to be coming in, and the wingman making a break for it.
No way!
Don't think the plant was going down. No, the Gecko still had it in hand. Not sure if that was a misclick or they just wanted to go in for the stun. Either way, 2-on-2. Make it a 2-on-1. Thrash still online, though. Might be good to get a little bit of information, but it's tough when you have to expose yourself stationary like that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of miscommunication too, or maybe just a misplay from the Killjoy. Killjoy looking to keep these players onto this A site while the Gecko repositions himself potentially back over towards B, but the KJ didn't need to do all that. Realistically speaking, just putting on a pixel back over towards site, back over towards A main would have just been enough to keep these players in A. But, however, it goes the opposite here. Liz realizes the risk of these players backing over to the B site, and Liz picks correctly here. Thrash online somehow here in OT, and Liz has full HP, even has a Dizzy to use, has a flash, has a little bit of a chance. 1v2, both players from Hyperspike taking their time on the drop. Smoke goes down in main. Is it going to be the double drop? Yes, it is. But double opportunity here for Liz. One-on-one's going in. There goes the wall. Oh! Liz lines up the stars, and Fatality could be shooting themselves straight into the finals.
Oh man, Fatality. I was worried for Hyperspike. I'm like, you just have to not take the 1v1, not allow Lizette to use the Thrash. But apparently there's one other thing you can't do, and that's align yourselves up for what is almost essentially a collateral going in from Liz on that Gecko, ensuring the round is won. The 2v1, they took the same angle, and it's so unfortunate for Hyperspike. Now this is a must-win round once again.
Again, just unbelievable play from Liz. That has to be play of the tournament right there. We've seen plenty of great plays, but in terms of the clutch, in terms of the situation, my goodness, Lizette, forever a hero at this point, but Janu already looking to kick things off here for Hyperspike. Kite getting called off in the jump peak. Paranoia in, and Jonu is gone. Now this A exec needs to come in for Hyperspike. The champions of North America facing the second place from Europe. Fatality could be pulling the upset to keep Europe on top in this tournament, but Shatter keeps North America even. 4-on-4. Freddy from below cannot catch himself a kill onto Umbra. Umbra, what a spray! Not able to get the kill, but knows exactly where one of them are. Now it's down to 2 here for the attackers. It has to be a heroic performance from these last 2. Umbra, right click. 1 more remaining. Shatter needs to get onto the defuser. Needs this kill. Gets him. 2 more to go. 1 more to go. Shatter can't get it done. Shatter almost with an ace to keep Hyperspike alive, but it is fatality into grand finals.
Oh man, and Shatter had that ultimate online too. Could have made it a fair, absolutely fair 1v1 against the Breach. Instead, decided to try to play a little too much Valorant, try to take those angles, try to take those swings. But man, that could have been such a huge storyline difference on both of those overtime rounds. No exaggeration on mine.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The way that, again, it had to come down to that hero play in that first overtime round. But again, it was sort of inevitable that fatality, once Umbra got himself even a little bit hot in any of these rounds, basically over. We can get our stats from this game, folks. We can see how Umbra ended up doing at the very end, and Umbra almost dropped 40 kills, 38 kills going towards the side of the ISO. I mean, just unbelievable. Just unbelievable. It's crazy how that's the only thing that things ended up coming down to, because the rest of the stats all exactly even. You had plenty of players from the other side, from the side of Hyperspike, on top of Fatality. If anything, most of the players from Hyperspike doing better individually than most of the Fatality players, but you cannot kind of diminish that sort of, you know, that sort of all-star performance from Umbra. Umbra is the player that pushed this team to the finals.
Yeah, and I gotta be honest with you, Upmind. I mean, this was our first matchup of the day. We still have 1 more to go, but if this is how all of them are gonna be until we hit the finals, I'm excited, and I'll need to lay off the energy drinks because my heart is racing right now.
Cool your jets, folks. Get yourself some refreshments, get yourself a snack, because we still have yet another BO3 to go. Yet another match between North America and Europe coming at you after the break. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is yet another game for us, yet another semifinal for us here at the Company Esports World Cup 2025. My name is Upmine, joined here by Sir Waltham, and we have ourselves the other North American team versus the other European team facing off online. And because we're having these games online, of course, there were a couple of discussions based on where the servers should be, Mr. Waltham.
Yeah, there were a lot of debates, discussions. We had to bring in the finest minds to determine what the lowest ping coefficiency could be between these two teams. And, math got done, science got done. The casters weren't a part of any of it, so don't worry. The math is definitely not absolutely destroyed because we were involved.
Right. Everything's fine because we weren't involved, everyone. We actually do have a game ahead of us, and we do have our maps ready. Aim Droid versus Volkswagen Nova Corps. That's right. It is Google versus Volkswagen for our game today. And in our BO3, Mr. Sir Waltham, where are we going first?
We're going to be starting off on Icebox. We're going to be moving on to Pearl as we see that second map come to light. And then if necessary, which has been kind of the standard so far this weekend, we'll be seeing Haven, again, if that third map is necessary. That 3-point map coming in, we've had one at least every set, so why not?
Yeah, why not? We saw Aim Droid play yesterday. I want to say on really none of these maps. We might have seen them on Icebox, but realistically speaking, we are seeing a totally new BO3 here for this team in Aim Droid. For those who do not know, we ended up commentating the Corporate Esports Championship yesterday. This was the North American portion of the tournament, and we ended up seeing this Aim Droid team go down to their opponents in terms of Hyperspike yesterday, but it was an incredibly close game. Aim Droid still taking away that second map, still maintaining all three of the maps very, very close, still getting almost double digits on all three maps. So it's not like we're seeing an Aim Droid team that isn't exactly, that aren't any slouches to say the least. But to see this variation in the map pool is actually kind of it's a good sign to say the least, considering how experienced these players might be in comparison to what we would have expected.
Yeah, and I mean, so far, kind of difficult to anticipate exactly how these teams are going to be building what I would call maybe some cross-continental compositions, whether you have to kind of reappropriate some power that you normally have on an even ping setting to either make up or take advantage of the ping difference that might be working for you. Again, we tried to get it set up as best we could, the most even difference between these two teams, but you can only do so much when you're talking about thousands of miles or kilometers of distance.
Right, and this one ends up coming back over to the London servers, ladies and gentlemen, because earlier we were playing on London, but there was words back and forth about maybe using Cape Town, about maybe being over on North American servers, and it's I don't know. It's not exactly a bad shout to maybe have one of those games maybe on those far off servers, maybe one game going in the North American server, another game over in Cape Town, but does seem like for now the whole BO3 is going to be going in the direction of Volkswagen.
And we are looking at some startup compositions here. Looks like the defending team is going to go largely in the armory to buy up those ghosts. So they're going to be looking to be a little bit more punchy. We might be seeing some more default kit-based play coming out of the attackers here. Interestingly, I don't believe there is no smoke for the attackers, so they're really going to have to work.
I think so. Yeah. So it does seem like there's a bit. Yeah, there is a bit of a difference. So Aim Droid is saying here that they made a mistake going into picks. It does seem like they weren't aiming for the jet. They were actually aiming to pick Viper, which makes infinitely more sense to the compositions that we're looking at, right? So, just maybe gotta give it a little bit of a tech pause here, folks. I gotta maybe send it back over to the cameras, back over to the podcast. We're over here real quick, the Continentals podcast. Once again, we do have at least a decent idea of what both of these teams are trying to do. An attack side based on Yoru on Icebox. Technically not a bad idea, but it just doesn't seem like there's, I guess you could say there's not much to the initial burst that you would maybe anticipate on a map like Icebox. But I guess the idea is if they are able to work into site or work into the extremities of site with utility, once they actually get to that midpoint between the choke point and site, the Yoru, then at that point goes crazy.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of options we could see here. It's going to come down to ultimately, I think, how these teams settle out. There was some discussion about that Jet being attempted to be picked instead of the Viper, although I believe that due to some character selection issues, it was either unavailable or was misclicked and misrepresented. So we are coming down here. So it looks like there are some players claiming that there's like an issue with Game Pass and they don't have all the characters unlocked, which could cause an issue, for the competitive integrity of this game. Of course, we talked about it a little bit here at Mind about the previous match, how you have to create multiple accounts for different regions in EU. Right. For example, all the NA players are having to create new accounts there, so to unlock those characters they have to be using those Game Passes, but a little bit difficult if there's an issue with Game Pass or an issue on the end of redeeming those characters or those agents. You're not able to have the full roster. Of course, it doesn't lend itself to a competitive advantage for you.
Yeah, that's all that we're focusing on right now. It's just the fact that we don't have Viper basically unlocked immediately, it seems, for one of these players. And yeah, just super basic comps basically would be the allowance here, which is just not where Valorant's at. Even Killjoy wouldn't be an agent that they would be able to utilize immediately, and it's a bit of a toss-up on this map between Cypher and Killjoy, but Killjoy is still very potent on this map, or at least potent in terms of just offhand control basically. And this map does allow for a lot of retakes. It does allow for you to kind of back out of sight, for you to kind of reapproach it, and agents like KJ would be sort of necessary for that. However, folks, it does seem like, again, our problems are a little bit more complicated than what we might have first anticipated. So we actually do have a break coming in through once again. But as that car agrees with me real quick, or not, it doesn't agree. He's like, oh, why are we leaving? Why are you guys going to break? Folks, we're unfortunately going to go to a break, but we'll see you guys hopefully in about 5 to 10 minutes. It'll be pretty quick, I promise. But Continentals will be back in just a little bit with map number 1. Surprise, we're back. We're back very quickly. Volkswagen versus Google. Nova Corps versus Aim Droid. This is the company esports World Cup 2025. You're seeing Aim Droid representing North America, Volkswagen Nova Corps on your left representing Europe, and we are leading into this one with that big ping difference that we had seen in that first series, because yes, this is Europe versus North America, but these players are still in their homes or potentially in their offices.
And now we are going to be seeing, once again, if you're just tuning in, didn't get a full recap of the setup from last game, it's going to be Nova Corp setup on that defensive side. Aim Droid coming in still a little bit duelist heavy of a composition, just no Jet this time. No surprise, we're going to be seeing that Viper now in full effect, getting those agent issues resolved early on. And interestingly, Aim Droid going to be relying on the Killjoy, and Nova Corp instead on that Sage. That Sage wall so good for blocking out Plant, especially on this B site. We're going to be seeing the exchange happen here early on with Clasher getting the first kill.
You have quite a bit of presence here on this defensive side, but what a play there actually from Jofu, spotting out the player on bridge. Now there's two players still here for the defensive side though. This is still very even. One-on-one over in mid, one-on-one potentially, attacker on defender, nothing being spotted, and still very risky situation here on site, but the attackers are backing on out. Viper potentially with an eye over towards that mid side.
They don't see the Viper wall. The attackers don't see the Viper wall on B immediately, so they should have a good idea that it's going to be at A or on deployed. Novacorp going to be setting up a nice screen to perhaps prevent some sight lines, minimize the push that comes through 4 here, but no. Looks like they might not have the Venom up, not have the resource. Exchanges going. It's going to be Ace White dropping next. Babo creeping carefully onto those rafters while the Viper FRZ holds the angle. Nice and securely. It's going to be on your left with the swing through, able to clean up that Yoru. And so far, some nice execution coming in from the defense and the attack. Perhaps looking a little bit anemic despite things being even at the halfway through the round.
I mean, yeah, let's be real. Aimdroid had a site. They had it. Once Jofu comes around with that swing into the back of 10, you should be seeing people populating that site. You should see 2 or 3 people at least trying to establish the middle of site, potentially, of course, getting that spike down. Yeah, no, that does come down to the coordination a little bit of Aimdroid, not going for that objective as quickly, or at least having a uniform idea for the objective going into that attempt from Jofu. Even though it was a good attempt, Jofu didn't get anything much from it, considering his teammates didn't follow up. But here we are, Goose TPing right into door, and Zacher, good stuff from Zacher. Zacher is able to get a quick kill onto Appa, and the Sage able to do the same onto Jofu. You still have a little bit of presence here from Novacorps, but it's only one player who they already know about, but that is going to be the round, potentially. Clasher from the mid side with the Phantom. Takes away a big frag in terms of the spike holder right in front of mid, but hold on now. Goose coming around with the stinger, picks away at 1. Now this is 2-on-2 with plenty of time left. Clasher with the angle, and Goose somehow takes him out, and now we have a duel. It's a 1-on-1. FRZ, he was heard by Ace White. It was just awkward. Both of them didn't know where each other were, and both of them, they just run at the same exact time. They run into each other, and FRZ wins the battle, and now this is a battle of really just paper cuts. 7 HP here for Goose, 40 HP left on FRZ.
Oh, and both of them using a little bit of those weaker weapons. The difference is the aim forgiveness that Judge only has to land a large chunk. Oh no, but just the lag from Goose, not able to connect onto FRZ. Does land the 1 bullet from the Spectre, able to get that kill, and then the defuse in quick fashion. A very close round from Aimdroid, despite losing that first.
It's just so tough, though, to even see that come into effect, because, yes, it was just really a single bullet that would have gotten the orb, but it was on the other side, right? The Judge doesn't even go off. He doesn't even have enough time to react, and that's where the ping comes in. And this is actually a way more disastrous difference in ping than what we saw in that first game, where what I was saying earlier, you know, just in my experience, I've been able to play, at least be able to play, at least have the ability to, you know, aim at a head and be able to shoot them maybe a second after they try to shoot me. That's at least a little bit feasible. But with 160 ping, 150 ping, you're looking at a steep difference. You're looking at noticeable rubber banding. And Aimdroid, they are just left at a steep disadvantage again here for, or North America is left at a steep disadvantage. But here comes on your left, running away back into the safe hands of FRZ. But hold on now. What is this peek from the Clove? Well, Zacher comes in out of nowhere, takes away the Sage, and is still playing around on site. Ace White almost not able to get the frag. Goose brings back the round a little bit. What? On your left. That's unbelievable. Still somehow gets the kill against the Stinger. But that's an even crazier kill from Ace White. Headshot right through the box. But at the same time, Novacorps just picking and prodding away at Aimdroid.
Yeah, the first connections from Novacorps onto Aimdroid looking very proficient there. We saw a couple shots come through with the Sheriff on that jet. Excellent performance, excellent opening that allowed them to just dovetail that into a nice round win. And now it's going to be Aimdroid once again reeling a little bit as they have to go back onto those Stinger buys, maybe a couple of rifles in hand, but that's going to leave them very vulnerable if they do decide to commit to that and lose this round, as they won't have the econ, at least in one member.
Right, it's still going to be fine overall for Aimdroid going into that next round, and it is kind of impressive that they're able to even get a semblance of a buy while also having enough credits to still stay steady in that next round. But Clasher, that's a very good idea from Clasher, but that's even better from Ace White. Ace White, while lagging, still able to get himself a couple of bullets in through that box and able to take away Clasher before Clasher is able to get into a one-on-one with anyone. And on your left, a little bit of a slow reaction, but Appisborg able to take advantage. Zacher, an even better kill. But now things are starting to get a little bit weird. 2 players here for AimDroid over towards the A side, but they're waiting for the Yoru to make his trip around B.
Oh, but the lockdown goes in. But the aggression doesn't necessarily come out from the attackers. They don't use that as a solid push. Instead, it looks like they're using that kind of as a feint to get the defenders ready to resurge onto A site, which it looks like they're taking the bait for as Yoru moves up and up, trying to clear that B angle. And will be the successful plant. Some Killjoy distraction does prove proficient there. I'm not even sure anybody could hear the spike plants.
Time to jump.
And the abilities going out. Goose caught from behind. Babo with the Phantom catches them through tube, or through, excuse me, through kitchen. Now, it's going to be the 2 remaining members. A little bit of post-plant potential from Ace White from that Sova as well. FRZ connects, and those are going to be the swarm grenades removed from this equation. Babo going to be having to go in, trying to sweep up. Shock Dart goes out, gets one, but there will be enough time to defuse.
Yeah, oh man, it just hurts because you saw over in chat potentially you did see one of the players from AimDroid struggling to even plant with the ping difference, but surely things can get figured out here for the rest of our games because AimDroid again, that round, not really their fault, you know, for having the stingers and still putting up the effort that they did. They get 3 kills out of it, so it's at least some credit under their belts. But this is the round where they need to capitalize. If this one's a negative, it's hard to really find positives for the rest of this half. Novacorp should be able to stomp all over AimDroid just with this one round.
Going to be a very difficult recovery from AimDroid and an expensive loss from Crispy Jofu, Crispy Joe Yu. Now going to be left behind as the rest of their team starts to push up A. That Viper, the one hanging back, making sure that no wraparounds happen. Although slowly snaking their way up mid might provide them a little bit of insight. To be very careful to take these aim duels, though. Apis does connect, gets the one on the Clasher. That's a good start.
That's a huge kill. Clasher has been so consistent throughout this game. On your left in a big one-on-one, but this is even bigger. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. FRZ and Babo with 3 kills holding down sight. And it is going to be Appisborg starting things off with a frag onto the Sage. So plenty of work to do. They know exactly where the spike is, but so does their opponents. One-on-one here around the corner. Appa. Yeah, not much time for him to really react there off the ping. And still alive here. 46 HP. But you actually have to give it up here for Nova. And playing as conservatively as they are and playing as safely as they are. And that's going to lead to them really securing this dub. Zacher coming in as both players tuck their tail, wait for their teammate to come up from behind. So methodical, to say the least, here from Novacorps. And we are looking at an aim droid that at least has a semblance of a buy, but we have to look into their util real quick. It cannot be good.
It's probably going to be hurting. But one thing that you're mentioning here, Aman, that I do want to emphasize, despite Novacorp so far having the mechanical advantage, having that timing advantage, still giving a lot of respect to AimDroid. They're not just taking wild swings. They're not pushing opposing sites immediately into spawn. We do see them doing that, but it's slow. It's methodical. It's considered. So far, it's working out well for them, and they're able to take those kills into Goose. They're not letting themselves get too far ahead.
Clash is actually able to get himself 2 free frags. Ace White. Ooh, Clasher! Yeah, this is really just a showcase from Clasher this round. Novacorps securing a 6th. And again, this is not only, you know, an aim droid team who impressed yesterday, but we're also looking at a Novacorps team, a Volkswagen team, who is #1 in Europe. You know, if we were already intrigued with the play of the #2 seed of Europe, with the #2 seed of Europe that's already into grand finals, can only imagine the potential of this #1 team from Europe here, Volkswagen Novacorps, showing the colors, showing truly why they ended up coming out as the top from their region.
Certainly no doubt there. FRZ getting a little bit excited to push up with that Viper's Pit that is online. Goose slowly making their way towards that clove. Tries to surge towards Garage, does hit the flash onto themselves, so not going to be able to necessarily nestle themselves in there. Ace White with a nice start to this. Goose with a quick follow-up as well. Things looking a little bit more optimistic for AimDroid as they are members up. Going to be that Viper's Pit coming out, but unable to see it on the spectating view currently, I believe. Oh, it didn't come out. I don't think it came out. I think the sound cue played, but interrupted maybe. Either way, it's going to be AimDroid still with the opportunity to come in here. It looks like they're taking a lot of space on B site, and because of that, Novacorp slowly going to have to work their way back. Without that Viper having a lot of her kit down, you can no longer pick up those Venom orbs. It's going to be very difficult for the retake.
Frizzy's pretty much done. He's going to be running into a shotgun here. Not even, sorry, a stinger here for Appaspork.
Revealing area.
That's finally a round. Finally a round going in the hands of AimDroid, but for them to be able to win a round like that, they needed Volkswagen to really to really switch up their approach here a little bit, for the players to really go off in their own individual mentalities, and ends up biting Volkswagen in the back a little bit, but can't exactly say that that round from AimDroid is replicable in a sense.
Yeah, I'm still perplexed by that Viper bug. It looked like on the HUD at the top that the Viper's Pit had been activated. It looked like we saw a brief moment of the animation, but end up not going that way. FRZ will eventually fully commit to this. I see the orb, or I see the ult this time. Going to be taking up a lot of space forward on A, and that's going to make it so much more difficult for AimDroid to take these angles on A. He's going to be slowly funneled towards B.
Oh no, yeah, exactly. It's the lockdown Viper's Pit. It's classic. But here comes on your left. That's a huge kill for Max CS. The way he gets it is definitely a little bit weird, but that one, and that alongside Clasher picking up Appa, those are two huge frags to pick up. That is basically round here as XCS. Zacher on the other side, who takes him out swiftly with a headshot. 7-1. Europe versus the Americas. 7-1. Europe versus Americas. This is quite the familiar story for me.
It's not looking great for the American team right now. And I mean, just look at this. We were talking about a five-fold difference in ping, and we're seeing that again here today. Well, not even today, just within this match. 30 some odds pings up to the 50s compared to 150 on the opposite end of the field. So this is not going to be great for AimDroid. They're going to be able to get a bit of information with Goose pressing this dimensional drift early on, but it's not enough. Oh, and he loses the duel against left.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. On your left, too, his left ends up picking up the kill, and everything goes right for left. That is unbelievable here for Volkswagen, as, again, it's just tough that you have the setup there for AimDroid. They have the one-on-one basically that they want. They have a player isolated, and they're just not able to follow up. But there's a big one from Ace White. Ace White able to pick up their own individual frag back over towards the mid side. We've actually brought things back to a even 3-on-3, and one on Earth. Clasher on the ropes, trying to face Ace White, and Ace White is not going to anticipate that swing, and especially is not going to have enough time to react. Clasher on his best play right now.
I think Ace was anticipating Clasher would drop down to that little funnel area, just did not go that way. Maybe could have looked in the opposite direction with hindsight, considering that Swarm Grenade was already active down the funnel. Either way, it's just going to be the one Soba trying to go in for the plant, unable to get much done there. 8-1 now the story for Novacorp versus AimDroid.
Yeah, Volkswagen just looking to close things out at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of seems like this next round is also another big buy coming in from AimDroid, but with the combination of ultimates and the way that Novacorps have been playing a little bit more aggressive, but not exactly scrapping away rounds, scrapping away lives, it's just hard to find those small gaps against Nova.
It will most likely continue to. This seems like a situation where AimDroid is either unable or unwilling to find the adaptations as necessary. You're going to be getting a nice recon dart that will be giving information as to where XCS is launching that Hunter's Fury from. On your left, able to get two right off the bat. An excellent turn before getting traded out by Ace. Ooh, and a nasty headshot coming in from Babo with the Sheriff Ace.
Wow.
Does manage to pick the one back, has that lockdown online, likely going to be saving it for future rounds. Zachar creeping around from behind with a nice headshot.
Yeah, I'm clearly astonished with what I'm seeing. Clearly speechless. Clearly no words to really describe the action from me.
Right.
Yeah,
Fair.
that was totally intentional in my book. But 9-1 going towards the hands of Volkswagen, and again, still a very important round in the hands of AimDroid coming out of that round, and still Nova Corps. I am just impressed with, again, their ability to switch up that approach continuously, but also still being disciplined. They had a buddy system that entire time. They had somebody covering their trades the whole time. They had some sort of piece of utility flying in from the back as those two players were attacking. I mean, it really does seem just like a good fundamental Valorant team, and my goodness, they really have it all at this point, because Clasher, he is still extremely sharp on the aim, and look at his movement. Clasher able to escape what is a bombardment of pixels on his screen, of movement on his screen, but still somehow Goose, well done on the kill on the Stinger, and this is the only time that we're going to see AimDroid with a free plant, and it's gonna have to come down off of a lockdown and a Viper's Pit. Zachar on the edge. You do have FRZ getting a bit of a heal, and not only that, but you do have the revive from the Jet. Revive coming in, nobody swinging them. XCS finding both, and that is going to be the kill from XCS. Good recon from XCS. Even better kill from Goose coming in. Good reaction on the Babo. And that is finally going to be a good round here from AimDroid. But again, the word of the day is replicable. Can you exactly replicate a round where you entered into sight with a lockdown in a Viper's Pit?
It's certainly not looking optimistic. I mean, you'd rather use it now and get at least that guaranteed one if you can, than try to save it for last round and willingly give up that 11th, knowing that the halves are going to be flipping here anyway. I anticipate we'll be seeing Crispy Jofu utilize that Empress from the Reyna. Might as well, you have it online anyway. And now the question is, how are AimDroid's mentalities affecting this? We saw them earlier this weekend, and they were doing a lot of pivoting. It seems like they're not given that liberty right now. They're taking those losses early on, and then when they try to pivot, they just don't have the manpower for it.
Yeah, it's hard for you to try to get over that hump a little bit here, because again, you're looking at a situation that is out of your hands in terms of the ping. Easy for you to get demotivated, but here comes AimDroid.
Oh, no.
AimDroid has all 5 players running right into A. Zachar is going to be able to get one, and it's only Zachar. Only Zachar is here to try to hold things down, and he gets flashed immediately off the clone. XCS, yet another kill onto Clasher. Zachar, he has to do it all here around the corner. It's all on Zachar. Zachar able to get one, but no more than that. There goes the revive. Zachar running away, running right into the molly, but not going to be able to get hit. And instead, more kills coming in. Instead, it's flipped. Instead, it's 3v2. The Yoru, great flash right onto Zachar, but Zachar's still okay, and the kill goes right onto the Yoru. The Viper's trying to run. How the hell? Okay, all right, that makes sense. Clove finally goes away, but it is going to be the 2-on-1 going in now for the Viper.
Yeah, and Clove dying in a spot where they're able to get a lot of reach with those smokes might not ultimately matter. Apis able to take down a headshot for Babo, but the smokes could come in here exactly as we're seeing, with the restriction of the Viper having to push kind of blind onto site. They do have their own screen here, but it now comes down to a matter of who can get this kill. There is almost no time left for the Viper on Apis.
What? 5 seconds,
no.
Appa! There's no way!
Oh.
Appa! That is an unbelievable play from Appa to try to get on your left, but on your left still gets the kill regardless. But you can see the difference there on your left. A little bit slower on the reaction. Ping might have helped out just that little bit there, but all that matters is that Volkswagen has won out that round. They have 10-2 over AimDroid. AimDroid, again, still staring down the barrel of losing out on this first map.
And now I wonder if we start to see the mentality of AimDroid changing up a little bit in these buys. We're seeing some frenzies. We're seeing some ghosts and armor coming out. They may not anticipate being able to get those first shots, but the armor, if they can survive those first shots, then maybe they can return fire, get some real damage done onto the side of Nova Corp. Nova Corp, of course, only 3 rounds away from victory. A very good spot in AimDroid. We can see them pushing up the extremity of B rather aggressively.
They're through now. Appa's board from behind. They don't anticipate him. Appa, how many kills can he get here? Not a single one. No way. No way. It was the golden opportunity for Appa, but not able to line up the headshots. XCS, though, good stuff. He has a teammate coming in from main. This is a good crunch. This is a great crunch. Goose able to get a big kill, but they know exactly where Zachary is. Back over towards yellow at the bare minimum, but what a peek from Clasher. Clasher gets the headshot. 11-2.
11-2, and that means that the chances of it turning a 12-2 are incredible for Nova Corps. I mean, you just have the money. We're going to be seeing AimDroid probably try to buy up if these Stingers are any indication. They really don't want to let this get to a one-round situation just off the second round. It's going to be very difficult for them to overcome what is essentially a Guardian and a Vandal on the other side, ignoring the SMGs and pistols that the rest of the team might have on Nova Corp.
You can tell that AimDroid is going for it, baby. Love it. Stingers across the board. They're putting in every little single credit that they got. They understand that map point is on the other side of a loss here if they end up losing out. So let's just put everything we got into this one. XCS, he's going to get it revealed. Oh, did Babel spot that man out in the corner? Yes, they did. Or no, they didn't. Wait, hold on. That man in the corner is still holding on. Appa. Well, Appa's behind a wall at this point. They're still going to have to hard clear it, right? Right? They haven't cleared the wall. They haven't cleared the wall. Now he's behind a clove smoke. The Viper's still not doing anything. Just around the corner. What just happened? What just happened? How did Appa not get a single pixel? Unbelievable. Wow! 3-on-1. Ace White blowing my mind. And now I can rest.
That is a good showing coming in from the side of AimDroid. It's not enough. It was always very difficult to be enough. But I don't know. Let me ask you this, Upmine. Would you say that
can you ask me anything right now?
I don't know, but I'm taking a chance. Can you blame Novacore, or do you just say that was a good position from AimDroid? What do you do? What do you do?
Valorant.
just Valorant. It's just Valorant.
I don't think there's any other way to describe what we just watched. I'm being so serious. Here comes Reyna, and they're gone. Crispy Jofu around the corner is gone. There's still one more player over in yellow. Goose trying to put down one more attempt for this half. The Stinger, of course, a little bit hard to control, so not able to get himself a bit of a track. Oh, a lot more work to do here for AimDroid if they want to somehow keep this game going. XCS is going to end up taking down Clasher off the trade. And this is actually not too bad here for AimDroid. AimDroid, they have XCS in a really good position. That smoke's about to dissipate, and Goose is coming in at the same time. Good coordination, but it's still not going to come out with the kills. XCS doesn't get the frag he wanted, and Appasborg, why now are you getting the kills, Appa? It is 1v4. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my sweet goodness. Oh, you got to be kidding me. 1-on-1 for Appa. 1-on-4 turned into a 1-on-1. You have got to be kidding me. 85 HP. Appa looking for his target. The recon found him. He didn't find the recon, but that's okay. Appa, 1-on-1, knows where the Sova is. Know that the Sova is dancing. He's going to be able to get this to half. The Sova's not peeking. He's still going for it. Appa, come on!
Wow. The grit from Appa to not fake the half. Instead, just get the half. Hold it all the way to full. Babo might be regretting that decision just a little bit. Maybe you fire one shock dart a little bit earlier. The opponent doesn't anticipate having enough time to get away. If they hold it, it's tough. I mean, you're still not worried if you're Novacorp. You still have so many things going on your side. AimDroid, however, will probably take that breath of relief and try to make something with it. We're still seeing probably just as many rifles as last round.
Okay, you said a single breath. I want to say pre-round has about 25 seconds in it. I want to say I took like 25 breaths there, just about. I needed multiple breaths of fresh air to get over that round. What on earth was that? AimDroid now on 3. Here comes Goose. Goose not able to find at least the first onto Clasher, and he's actually still looking for it. AimDroid still technically a chance here, and it's working out somehow. How is XCS still alive? How did he just get a kill there, dropping in like Batman, and it's all still working out? It's still 4v2. Sage alongside Sova here for Nova. On your left, currently top fragging. Been playing a little bit out of sorts here so far, and he's looking for another frag, and indeed found it on your left. What a game so far. Now here comes the defuse. Defuse getting covered on your left, looking to close out the game. Hunter's Fury is going to delay this potentially to the end. On your left needs this frag, but he's not going to get it. This is a big chance now. Defuse going in, the Sova out in the open, and that's going to work out for Android. This game keeps going.
This game is getting tense. Android already, I believe, matching the points they got on the first half, so a fair recovery, given that they've done it in a third of the time. But now, still not going to be leaning too much on rifles. We're still only seeing 2 rifles from the side of Android Goose, just leaning in on that Stinger. We've been seeing that regularly. I think they're opting for that Yoru to try to get those quick kills, teleport out, find somewhere else to go, somewhere else to pivot and apply that pressure. It's going to be a gut push from Nova Corp. At least that's where they're lining up for. Knives are going to be coming out with a pit on A.
It's really hit nowhere. Nova Corp's just banging up the mid side, and at this point, they can go anywhere. Once they get control here at Kitchen, anywhere is realistic for them, as long as most players stay alive and nobody's attacking Kitchen right now. So here, Nova Corps, they can really split from anywhere. Android, they're going to keep 3 players on B, 2 players on A. They have to keep them here. They have no idea where these players can go. Nova Corps finally bouncing out, and it looks like they're finally going over towards that A side, but Android still somehow finding some individual frags. Jofu able to get the man on top of tunnel, and A side still has not been touched.
Yeah, not touched, but that's because the attackers are slowly routing their way through mid and dismantling anybody that runs into their path. They are going to have to work to get that spike that is down in tube. On your left, just holding that little snow pile. Goose peeking, analyzing, seeing what they can find. A nice spray coming in from that Stinger. Babo slowly holding tube, making sure that if anybody tries to maintain hold there, does not work. And surely Novacorp has to anticipate that Android is still here, given that the Viper's Pit is as well.
Amazing. Amazing. I love that. Quick fake from the Viper, not going to attempt touching the Viper's Pit. Goes back to where his teammate already knows the site is empty. Good stuff here, FRZ. Good stuff here to Novacorp. And where's the Viper's Pit? You have one. You are on attack. Where else are you going to use this Viper's Pit, FRZ? Okay, let's see it, baby. We're going to go dry into this. We're going to see if Novacorp can take down Android in just a classic Mexican duel. Mono A, mono, 2-on-2. What on earth was that shot? FRZ does not even need the Viper's Pit. He just needs the good position. 11 HP. Both players are super low. Defuse coming in. Babo. Oh my goodness. The run and gun shock dart coming in, and still one bullet does not connect onto either player. Super close at the end, but the score is clear in the way of Volkswagen. Novacorp picks up map number 1.
Yeah, Novacorp really running favorably on that Icebox map pick. I mean, so far that was the biggest differential in score we've seen for any map so far. A little bit lacking from Android. You can give them any sort of reason you want to, but the score line alone will tell the story. And right now, if we're looking ahead, we are going to be seeing Pearl, and as necessary, if necessary, we're going to be seeing Haven on that third map. Upmind, I mean, is this just going to be a situation where we have to rely on the ping not being as bad in these future maps?
I mean, I would high key think so, but let's actually take a look at this next map and see where that side is going to be. So, okay, so I'm thinking about it like this. We are going to see Android starting off on the attack side of Pearl. Realistically speaking, on the attack side, you should be able to get a little bit more of an advantage again because, you know, you're swinging in with a little bit of a different pace. You might be able to use utility to get as close as possible and still be able to use SMGs and shotguns. So technically not impossible here on Pearl coming up here for Android, but it's like, again, Pearl's a tight map, okay? Pearl's a tight map, so I'll just give it to that. But if the ping does change over towards the side of Android, things are totally up in the air.
Yeah, we will be figuring that out, exactly how it's going to shake out between these two teams here on the other end of this break. But for now, folks, stick around. We'll be right back with more CEA.
welcome back to Continentals, folks. And we do have at least an update here, but it is an unfortunate update for our last best of 3 here. Nothing too tragic, but unfortunately we do have a forfeit on one side. Aim Droid is unfortunately going to be forfeiting this semifinal, and we do indeed have our 2 finalists confirmed for grand finals here, Mr. Sir Waltham.
Yes, we do. Those finals are going to be taking place next week on Saturday. Check your local time listing for various time zones, but I believe it's going to be Fatality versus Nova Corp from the EU region, so we will have at least that level of consistency sitting between these 2 teams. No disadvantage as far as the timing goes or the server speed's going to go.
Yeah, so we are going to be having, again, that grand final next Saturday for you folks. That is going to be the finals of the Company Esports World Cup. Continentals, folks, has been a fun time so far, to say the very least. We had our competition, our North American competition, end yesterday, and that was a barn burner, to say the least. But we are unfortunately saying goodbye to both of our North American representatives for the rest of this tournament. But folks, again, we do have more Valorant to be played out next weekend. However, for today, the Valorant action is over. I will have to say, though, thank you all for spending some of your Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, no matter where you are in the world. Thank you for spending some of your day here with us here at CEA. Thank you to Amazon Luna for supporting this CEA broadcast, once again, for supporting Continentals and the Company Esports World Cup. Sir Waltham, it was a pleasure, my friend. This was the first time that we got to work with each other, and yeah, my friend, thank you for making my job easy, and thanks for a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. And don't worry, I haven't forgotten. We're gonna go buy you the pair of baby shoes for you to eat for the chamber. And I haven't forgotten. So we'll go to the boutique a little bit later. But
did they win or did they lose?
It doesn't matter. The question was chamber effective, and he worked. So
gotcha. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
All right, baby shoe coming in.
All right, but no, Upmind, it's been great casting with you from all of us here at the Corporate Esports Association. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we hope to see you next week on Saturday for our grand finals at the Continentals. But until then, take care, everyone.
Ciao, ciao.